Well. World-class veteran video game critic Michael Does Life. Oh, Michael.
Oh, it's a setup, it's a setup, it's a setup. There's an oh, it's a setup, it's a setup, it's a setup. There's an oh, it's a setup, it's a setup, it's a setup. There's an oh, it's a setup, it's a setup, it's a setup. There's an oh, it's a setup, it's a setup, it's a setup. There's an oh, it's a setup, it's a setup, it's a setup. There's an oh, it's a setup, it's a setup, it's a setup. Trailer, there's a mo, it's a beast.
Shut the fuck up! Fucker! Move!
See, as Lewis is in the building here, and he's coming through in a way that makes sense, that I could tell you. Lewis is coming through and popping the cherry, setting the mood, the vibe, the tone, and the atmosphere. I laid out the foundation with my 37-month membership badge because I subscribe to my own content because it's called, we believe in what we do. So we're subscribed for 37 months, and Lewis is coming through here today, and he's popping the cherry in a way that makes sense, that I could tell you, and that's what we love to see. And not only that, but Lewis is in the building with the 16-month loyalty badge as well. It's what we love to see. Big shout-out to Lewis for kicking things off here today, setting the mood, the vibe, the tone, and the atmosphere. As Lewis is popping the cherry here, no excuses, coming through in a way that makes sense. They ask, where's the stream? World-class returns, and that there's no support. But Lewis, on the other hand, is showing that support. He's coming through, and he's coming through so tremendously strong. So we need you guys to wake up in this chat and start getting some dubs ready. And I need you guys to start sharing this link to get it out in front of the World Wide Web. Lewis is in the building with the 16-month loyalty badge and coming through and supporting the broadcast in a way that makes sense, hard and strong. A pawn fee is also coming through. Look at this right here. Israeli Shekels is in the building. Look at this right here. This is what we love to see.
The 11111 has just tipped 35 Israeli new shekels and 90 agarot through Super Chat. Where the hell have you been?
I mean, I've been right here. I've been right here. I've been waiting for you guys to, set the signal out that you want World Class to return. It's like Batman. You want Batman to show up, you got to, turn the bat signal on. So, you guys have to show some initiative that you want World Class back, and we'll make it work when it makes sense. But the 111 is in the building, and he's coming through with the Israeli shekels. It's what we love to see. Let's keep this momentum up here. We might have a surprise for you guys today, but we're not sure if you guys can handle it. Nonetheless, Lewis is in the building. He's coming through, and he's coming through in a way that makes sense with the 16-month membership. The 111 is in the building as well. He's coming through with the Super Chat right there. And we got a pawn fee with the 20-month membership. It's what we love to see with the 20-month loyalty badge. A pawn fee is in the building with a 20-month loyalty badge. Coming through in a way that makes sense. We are 2 months removed from Grand Theft Auto 6 Trailer 2, and man, oh man, we got a dead game here to talk about today. This is what we were doing last summer. We were talking about this game. We're still doing it this summer, and it's back to square one. It's a dead game. It's a really sad situation, but what more can you do? So the 111 is coming through. He's coming through in a way that makes sense. We got a pawn fee with a 20-month loyalty badge. We got Lewis in the building with a 60-month loyalty badge, and the support continues here. Jack Pitton is coming through, and he's coming through in a way that makes sense. It's what we love to see.
Jack Bitten super chatted £4.99.
Look at this right here.
Time for World Class to expose GTA 6.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's what we're doing right now, but no one has the time or the patience to listen, so, they're going to wait for the normies to jump on the bandwagon, and then when people say it's woke and it's sanitized and it's this, that, and the third, then they'll start listening. But I can already see the writing on the wall, but they don't want to listen to World Class because his eyeballs aren't straight. I mean, it's really that simple. It's a sad situation, but, that's how people look at it. So Jack Bitten, nonetheless, is coming through. He's coming through in a way that makes sense with the $5 super chat. The three amigos have assembled here, and they have assembled here. We got Lewis coming through, Papa the Cherry, the Super Chat Cherry. We got the 111 coming through, and we got Jack Bitten. The three amigos have assembled, folks, and we need you guys to start locking in here. Yeah, the big question is, are the four horsemen going to show up here today? Jack Bitten, the latest to come through. We got the 111 coming through, and we got Lewis coming through. And just so you guys know, when you support this show, it hurts people inside. There's people that are watching, and I know they're watching. They love it. Low-key. But, when you guys come through and support the show, it really upsets people. So if you get some satisfaction, hopefully you can get some satisfaction from that, because people just can't stand that world-class good support. But that's because we put on a great quality show. I mean, you don't get to see Elvis Presley in concert unless you pay the ticket. I mean, it's really that simple. So, and by the way, we've done more shows than Elvis Presley. It's a fact. It's not an opinion. We've done more shows than Elvis Presley. So, we should be putting the fucking suit on because I am the king. So Lewis is coming through. He's coming through in a way that makes sense. We got the 111 in the building as well, and Jack Bitten coming through. We have a like goal today in mind, but we're not sure if you guys can handle it. You're going to have to get that chat moving here in a way that makes sense and show some energy as we consider that like goal. And we do have a We do have a light goal in mind. I don't know if we'll hit the goal, but we do have something on the other end of the goal. So if that makes any sense, be sure to hit the like button on the broadcast here today and start sharing this broadcast. We should have 350 viewers minimum. My Twitter's banned, shadow banned, and my YouTube is shadow banned because you can't have an opinion on the internet. That's really what I've learned, and it's a sad situation. So my Twitter is shadow banned, the YouTube is shadow banned, so we're just having to work with what we have. And yet again, the two-time Tony Hawk combo. This guy's better than Bam Margera, homie.
Look at it right here. And 99 pence. Great Britain emoji. The trolls hate Michael doing well.
Yeah, that's what I said. I mean, it's just the truth. Certain people just can't stand it. We got the robot working really well today, too. Jack Pitton coming through with the two-time Tony Hawk combo. This guy, he's putting those combos to work here. That's what we love to see. Jack Pitton is in the building, and he's coming through in a way that makes sense, that I can tell you. As Jack Pitton is plowing through with the two-time Tony Hawk combo, and he's coming through in a way that makes sense. And with the highest Tony Hawk combo of the broadcast so far, Jack Pitton in the building with the two-time Tony Hawk combo. We got the 111 in the building as well, and a pawn fee coming through so tremendously. It's what we love to see. I didn't know all the trolls are from the UK, but it's a miserable place. I mean, I couldn't imagine living in the UK. It's cloudy every day. You know, the Beatles left. They all left the UK because there wasn't much opportunity over there. They came to America, and that's where they found opportunity. So, I mean, I just can't imagine living in the UK and having a happy life. I don't know if that's a thing. Maybe it is. Hopefully it is. But, you know, Oasis is coming to America. They're doing their tour here in America because that's where the big money's at. So, it seems like it's in a place. It's a place that you just don't seem to want to stay there for too long. You know what I mean? And look at this right here, two-time Tony Hawk combo. Let's go, two-time Tony Hawk combo. World class is live. You're not. It's as simple as that.
Has just tipped
look at this right here, two-time Tony Hawk combo.
90 Agarot through super chat.
You love to see it.
I love me some Michael. You are better looking than Asmongo.
Oh, absolutely. I'm sexy. I mean, you know, if you guys don't think I'm sexy, then you could very well be a fake fan. And that's not a gay thing. It's just like, I know I'm attractive. World class is attractive. We can put on a fucking, you know, a great looking suit. And my God, you know, we're going to look right there with Brad Pitt. And that's not delusion. It's just the reality, bud. So the 111 is in the building and just coming through so tremendously hard and so tremendously strong. In addition to Jack Pitton. Jack Pitton is in the building with a two-time Tony Hawk combo as well, and so is the 111. These guys are leading the pack right here and right now. And a huge shout out to Lewis for Papa the Cherry, setting the mood, the vibe, the tone of the atmosphere, for coming through in a way that makes sense. We're here to discuss video games. And I'm going to tell you guys what, when Chromecap puts out his new video, oh my God, when Chromecap puts out his new video, I need you guys to go to Chromecat's channel and subscribe and get those alerts on, because the meltdown is going to be something spectacular, okay? You guys need to get ready, okay? Chromecat's new video. You guys need to get ready, okay? That's all I'm going to say. Chromecat's new video, okay? You got to get ready, because the meltdowns are going to be unbelievable, okay? They're going to be unbelievable. These losers have no life, and they associate their life with video games. And whenever someone on the internet has something to say about a video game that isn't in agreement with how they feel, they get offended. And it's an immaturity thing. It really is.
I'm seeing Superman early tonight.
Oh, Lord.
Lock in people. Lock emoji.
Well, you know, I'm going to tell you this, and I said this last night. I was at the set.
Lock emoji.
I was at the set. Okay, I'm not even trolling.
Lock emoji. Lock emoji.
That's what we're talking about. Nick Hogan is in the building. He's coming through in a way that makes sense as well. Nick Hogan is coming through with a $5 super chat, and good luck on that Superman viewing. I don't watch superhero movies because I'm 30-something years old, and I think that's I don't need to see a guy in spandex pretending to fight the bad guys, you know, because I would have to be mentally ill to go to the theater to believe that that's actually real, because really what you have to be is a stupid idiot to go to a movie theater. I mean, you really have to be a retard. And that's how they make their money. They prey on that. They prey on losers. They're called marks. That's what it's called in the wrestling business. And, you know, they put a mark on your head that you're a retard and that you're willing to pay. And really that's what that is, because if you're going to see a superhero movie, you're watching a guy in spandex. That none of this is real, mind you. And it's just a guy in front of a fucking blue screen pretending to act like a, you know, superhero. And it's like, who really wants to see that? But I understand. Sometimes you need to turn the brain off and consume the content. But with that said, I was at the set of Superman Man of Steel. I think that's what it's called. It came out many years ago. It's the last Superman movie, I believe. I was at the set of Man of Steel. Great job. They did a great job on the set. I'm not trolling either. We were at the set of Man of Steel, and they had the fake town built, and it was fantastic. That I could tell you. They had the fake town built. It was fantastic. And I'm assuming these days they don't even do that. Like that movie came out about 12, 13, 14, 15 years ago. And this one's probably just pure CGI. Like they don't even bother to do that anymore because the technology has evolved to a point where it's just like they probably have one little set in front of a blue screen and it's just pure CGI. Now, I could be wrong on that, but nonetheless, we were at the set of Man of Steel. I've never seen that movie either because I don't watch superhero movies. The only superhero movies I've watched in the past decade or so would probably be the Batman trilogy from Christopher Nolan, and I thought those weren't that good. The Dark Knight's the best one. I've never seen Batman Begins because that's why would I want to watch that? You know, he goes to fucking Japan and learns some samurai shit or so. I don't need to see that. So then they throw the Joker in and make it a little bit more interesting. They get that gay cowboy in there, and he shows that he can act, and then he passes away. It's unfortunate. And then, you know, The Dark Knight Rises can't obviously follow that in any stretch of the imagination, so that was garbage as well. But we also saw Thor, War of Thunder, or whatever that garbage is. And I knew going in that was going to be pure slop. I knew going in that was going to be normie garbage, you know, where everyone's clapping when the credits roll. And it's like, I'm so glad this shit's over with. Because I just saw 2 hours of guys just in front of a blue screen. That's all I'm looking at. That's what the movie was. It was all fake. There wasn't anything real in that. They don't make practical things anymore. It's all bullshit. Now, I'm assuming that's not true for every movie, but for the big blockbusters, I mean, they just film in front of a blue screen and they call it a day. And it's just like, I'm not interested in seeing that. I'd rather see something that was, manually constructed, practical effects and things of that nature. I think that's just, there's a more human nature to it than just a bunch of computer generated imagery. But nonetheless, those are the only superhero movies that we've seen. So, good luck on that superhero. James Gunn, he's so woke, by the way. It's like, imagine watching that. I mean, it really could never be me. James Gunn is beyond woke. So, but you guys love woke. I mean, you guys are waiting for GTA 6, and this game isn't woke, by the way. And you have Lucia, who's a cage fighter, by the way, dude. The game. Let me get this straight. The game isn't woke, but you have this super strong, independent female character, which 15 years ago this wouldn't have worked, right? The internet would have been like, wow, GTA, what is this? Like, this isn't the GTA that we grew up with, like that. And it's just like you have this strong, independent female character that's the cage fighter. She's been in that cage and she's been in those brawls and she can whip some ass. She can show the man how it's done. And it's just like that's kind of woke. I mean, there's some certainly woke themes in this. But you guys low-key love the woke themes because you'll have something to complain about when this game comes out. But right now, it's all cool. You saw trailer 2, and that came out 2 months ago, and you guys were just so excited and so relieved that Rockstar gave you guys an update on this game. But quite frankly, we're going to show you here when we feel like it, we're going to show you that this game is dead, and you guys are going to get mad about that because, your GTA 6 fantasy just can't be fulfilled because Michael's saying that the game is going to be trash, and I'm going to be right. You'll come back to the stream in about a year from now because the game should be out by now, this time next year, and you'll come back to this stream, and you'll say, there'll only be a couple of people, if that, and you'll come back to this stream, and you'll say, wow, Michael was right. We should have fucking listened, and it's like, no, you didn't want to listen, but every time, that's how the story goes. World class is always right, and then you buy the game, and you're disappointed, you're bored, or it has, themes in the game that you don't necessarily agree with, and yet, there you are disappointed. And I told you guys this was going to happen. I told you guys that Grand Theft Auto 6 was going to be a total disaster. The writing is on the wall. You saw what Leslie Benzies did with Mind's Eye. There was a hate campaign for that game. They all wanted clout. So what these losers do, and the team is right. It's just a hate campaign. The game, there's nothing inherently wrong with the game. Okay, it's buggy, cool. That's not, you guys are acting like there's never been a buggy release before. It's so funny because Cyberpunk 2077 had a redemption arc, and you losers just sat there and drank that Kool-Aid, and you're like, oh, hell yeah. Nothing's changed with that game. It's still terrible. It's still broken. It's still garbage. It's never what they once promised, yet you're willing to sit there and consume, and you're willing to sit there and buy their next product. You couldn't care less. So the same is going to happen. I mean, it's just funny how hypocritical these fake gamers are. They just jump on these bandwagons, these little social click bandwagons. I don't know how you describe it, but that's really what it is. Little movements where these losers get together for like 1 week and their little virtual communications platform, and they just have to shit on something because their lives are so miserable. So what they've done is, and that's not my criticism. My criticism is valid, but you don't care because it's not sexy criticism, right? My criticism is game design criticism. If I can't shoot out tires and they don't deflate, well, then the game to me is a disrespect to my intelligence. I couldn't care less if we got demons and fantasy in the game. If you're putting a vehicle in the game and it looks like a vehicle from, our world, the tires should deflate. I mean, it's really that simple, but you guys can't figure that out because you want to sit there and claim it as rage bait, and that's a security measure for your insecurities. I mean, really, that's what that is. It's a security blanket for your insecurities because you act like you worked hand in hand with Kojima to make Death Stranding 2, by the way, and it's like Kojima doesn't know who you are, nor does he care. So why don't you just go fuck yourself with that? But nonetheless, a cage fighter, by the way. The game isn't woke, by the way, but we got a cage fighter. We got, Lucia's got a cage. She's been fighting ever since she's been able to walk. I mean, I think that's a tagline from the game or something similar. And she's been in that cage. She's been so tough and strong and independent. And it's like, bro, how can you not see the woke themes in this game? And the fact that people are defending it and saying that the game isn't woke, I mean, it's laughable. It's like, I understand this is like the last video game. Like it really is. This is the end of an era. There won't be anything like this ever again. Even the former Grand Theft Auto developer, came out and said that Grand Theft Auto 7 will probably come out sooner. The wait time will be less because of AI. And that's just probably true. Obviously he knows more than anyone else, because he's worked there for many decades. But with that said, you have a game here that's unlike anything else. There's never going to be anything like this in our lifetime again. I mean, it really is that big. And with the way things are going and with the way things are changing, yes, there's going to be an era that is nothing but AI games, and AI is going to help streamline all of these games going forward. And that's probably what's needed, because it takes, manual labor. It takes 15 years for one game to get made. So obviously we need some machines to come in and do that heavy lifting. It's like the factories. The factories, how did they used to build cars back in the day, right? In the 1940s, 1950s, there wasn't no motherfucking robots. Like, if there was like one big one probably, and that's it. Now it's all automated, right? We got these machines putting these cars together in these factories. So that's how the technology evolves and changes. And that's what's going to happen with game development. The manual labor is just not there. There's no motivation anymore. You have too many cooks in the kitchen. They're working remotely. They're working through COVID. They're working through this. They're working through that. And it's just like Metallica would have never made great music if they had to do it remotely. Led Zeppelin would have never made great music if they had to work on the album remotely. They all came together in a studio to make this thing happen, to put together this thing. And you just don't have that anymore. Game development, it's all remote. You got teams working on separate things. They're on NDAs. This team's on NDAs. How can you even get together and have a cohesive vision when it's all like it is? I mean, it just makes absolutely no sense. Guys, what we're going to do, if you guys can get me to 200 likes, we will unveil the goal. If you guys can reach the goal, if that makes any sense. So 200 likes. It shouldn't take too long to get there if you guys start hitting that like button right now. 200 likes, and we will pull the curtain back. I'm not going to tell you what it is, because you're going to have to wait on that. You're going to have to wait on that. So let's go ahead and keep tapping that like button. Let's go ahead and keep sharing this broadcast. This is the only place that's talking about Grand Theft Auto 6, and I'm glad it got quiet again, so that way we can have our little room to come in here and talk about Grand Theft Auto 6, because when all the normies want to talk about this game, it's so cringe. They're tourists. I mean, really, that's what they are. They stop and they look at it, and then they get back in their car and they leave, and it's a sad situation. We're not interested in that. We're interested in the long haul here, and we're interested in covering this game in a way that makes sense. But, quite frankly, these losers have no input or discussion on this game. I mean, they just have absolutely nothing to say, and it's like, how do you have It's just like the biggest thing in entertainment. Like, I don't care if you don't like it. I don't care if it's not your cup of tea. I don't care if you like dweeb Japanese JRPGs. I really couldn't care less. But if you're going to ignore the sort of once-in-a-lifetime moment here coming in May of 2026, May 26, 2026, if it does release then, well, then I don't know what to tell you. I don't think you're a gamer. I mean, I really don't think you're a gamer. You don't have to like the game. It might not be your cup of tea, but to ignore, and right now the game is dead. I mean, we're going to show you that here today. It's a fact. It's not an opinion. The game is dead. No one cares about Grand Theft Auto 6. And really, you can only blame Rockstar for this. Rockstar shot themselves in the foot. And they unveiled way too much here with this second trailer. They came out of the woodwork and they thought, wow, a lot of people care about our game. Here's 70 new screenshots. Here's the lore of some of these locations. Here's some character bios. And to me, that was a big turnoff. I wanted to remain it to be a mystery, right? Now, obviously, there's a lot we don't know about the game, but, you can put it together now. It's going to be a typical Grand Theft Auto game. And that's not acceptable for a 12-year gap. It's really not. It's not acceptable for a 12-year gap. But these incels will just consume like they always do. They don't clamor for quality. I mean, these are the losers that go to the buffet and eat the chicken that was left over from the night before. Could never be me, but it certainly could be you. Okay, we got Ramskank coming through with the 21-month membership. It's what we love to see. Ramskank is coming through. I don't know why this isn't playing out, but Ramskank is in the building and coming through in a way that makes sense with the 21-month membership. We guys got to wait for this new Chromecast video. Holy shit. So Ramskank is in the building. He's coming through. The Meltdown is going to be more entertaining than any video game that's released this year. That I can tell you. It's going to be so fucking amazing. That I can tell you. It's going to be so fantastic. So Ramskank is coming through with the 21-month membership. And not only that, but coming through with the $10 super chat. Look at this right here. The four horsemen have assembled. Ramskank is now coming through as the four horsemen have now assembled. And they have assembled in a way that makes sense. This is what we love to see. Ramskank is in here and coming through, showing off that loyalty badge. And not only that, but coming through with the $10 super chat as well, as the four horsemen have assembled here today. So we got Ramskank, we got Nick Hogan, we got the 111, we got Jack Bitten, and we got Lewis in the building. I think that's four. The four horsemen have assembled, and they have assembled in a way that makes sense. We have the like goal set to 200 likes, folks, and if you can take us there, we'll take you somewhere else, if that makes any sense. So Ramskank is coming through, and Nick Hogan is coming through. The 111 is coming through. Jack Bitten is coming through. And Papa the Cherry setting the mood, the vibe, the tone of the atmosphere. We got Lewis coming through and coming through so tremendously strong. It's what we love to see. To kick things off here today in a way that makes sense, we are 2 months removed from Grand Theft Auto 6 Trailer 2, and this game is... well, it resides right next to the Losers Club at the bottom of the ocean floor of the Titanic. But you're not ready for that conversation, are you? I mean, can you imagine being excited to play this game? The only way I'm excited to play this game is to see how terrible this game is going to be and how woke and how sanitized it really is going to be. And you guys are going to love it because it's Rockstar Games and they get a pass. Well, I'm on the Ubisoft apology tour. I'm starting a new channel and we're going to apologize to Ubisoft because I think you guys, you just didn't give those games a shot because you were too interested in Grand Theft Auto 4. You were too interested in Grand Theft Auto 5. You were too interested in Red Dead Redemption 2. And you just didn't give these Ubisoft games a shot. And now, as such, the company has basically folded, and they only produce 2 franchises now, and that's, Assassin's Creed, and that's a guaranteed moneymaker, so we can't blame Ubisoft for not. You have to blame the consumers. The consumers are, ultimately in charge. And when the consumers say that we don't want to buy this game, even though it might be good, then Ubisoft goes back to the drawing board, and they say, okay, well, the bananas are selling. We need to make more bananas. We need to get more bananas in the store. It's really that simple. It's a supply and demand thing. And so they've boiled it down to Far Cry and they boiled it down to Assassin's Creed. And those are the 2 most boring franchises they make. In fact, Far Cry hasn't been good since Far Cry 2. Far Cry 3 was garbage. The Madden crowd loved it. The Call of Duty crowd loved it. But Far Cry 3 was trash. It was the death of the franchise. Far Cry 1 is obviously very interesting. It's a brand new IP. Far Cry 2 takes it even further and adds in things that are still not seen in first-person shooters to this day. And you losers still want to fucking shill Far Cry 3. I don't understand. It's like Far Cry 3 is a normie version of Far Cry 2. It's a backwards thing. It's like it's a game that's made for the lowest common denominator, for retards. That's what it is, because you make things for dumb people, it sells. You make things for mature audiences, it doesn't sell as well. So I can't blame Ubisoft in terms of a business decision to say, okay, let's scale this up for the losers. And that's what they did. You can't take a game where you actually have to look at the map and, you didn't get that experience in Far Cry 3. You had to just hit the pause button and it told you where to go, and you were so excited and so thrilled to play that garbage, and you guys have nostalgia for that terrible fucking one-dimensional villain character. You want to know the definition of insanity? It's like, yeah, playing this fucking game. It's like, this is a terrible game. Far Cry 3 is terrible. Far Cry 4 is terrible. Far Cry 5 is terrible. Far Cry 6 is terrible. The last good Far Cry game was Far Cry 2. that's the reality of the situation, and I played all of them, and they just turned into normie games for the normies and the Call of Duty crowd because they got bored of Call of Duty. They shifted over to Far Cry, and they want to do a bunch of mundane tasks to make their checklist box all checked off, and they say, "Oh, I put 200 hours in this game. It's so much fun," and it's like, no, it's not fun. But you can go and look, and you can see that it's just a total disgrace what they've done to Far Cry. I mean, you can watch the Chrome Cat documentary, and he compares Far Cry 2 to Far Cry 5, and it's. I mean, when you watch one of his videos, you just can't help but wonder. It's like we're looking at the reality of the situation, and we're looking at it in a way that just really fucking stands out. And it's like, how are you guys not looking at this and being blown away? How is a game that came out on primitive hardware and more advanced and sophisticated and complex than what we have today? It's inexcusable. It really is inexcusable. And like I said last night in my stream, which you guys didn't obviously tune into, but like I said last night in my stream, I said there must have been a shift in the games industry that caused people to forget how to do this stuff, because it's like, maybe it was akin to analog to digital with that transition that we had for radio and television. It went from analog to digital probably in the 90s or the early 2000s, whenever that transition happened. So something had to have happened in the games industry where it's like, okay, we have a game that literally, if you boot up Project Gotham Racing 3 today, this is a game that's running on 512 megabytes of RAM, okay? Project Gotham Racing 3. It's a 2005 launch title for Xbox 360. It's a racing game. The graphics are still badass. The sound design is still badass. Hardware never has mattered. It's really that simple. Hardware has never mattered. The rain in Metal Gear Solid 2 is better than the rain in Death Stranding 2. Hardware does not matter, clearly. We have more headroom than ever in terms of memory bandwidth. We have more room to play around with, right? More things on the screen, more effects, more this, more that. But what do we really have? We have these games that are shallow. We have these games that are disposable. I don't want to own these games. I'm seeing this little movement, and I don't know really what it's about. I'm not going to get into it, but it's like I don't care if they take these games away. They can remove all of them from my account. I couldn't care less because I don't need to play them again. I've already played the best ones, and the best ones remain offline, right? You guys are crying. What is it? What is this movement called? Stop killing games or something like that. These losers are complaining about. I mean, it's just like the dumbest thing I've ever read. They're literally complaining about, what are they complaining about? They're complaining about live service games being taken offline. Are you losers retarded? Like you went in thinking that the servers were always going to be available? Like, what the fuck? Here's the solution. Just stop buying always online games. Problem solved. And these are the same incels that have a fucking Steam library full of hundreds, if not thousands of games, which, by the way, they do not own, and yet they're going to go sign some dumbass petition because, we're tired of these game developers taking the servers offline. I spent $60 on this game 10 years ago, and I'm so mad that they took the servers offline. Yet I haven't played it in the last 8 years. It's just like, get a fucking life. Get a job at McDonald's and do something else with your fucking time. Holy shit, you guys are absolute incels. Stop killing games, by the way, okay? That doesn't even apply. None of it makes any sense. Because if you buy a PlayStation 5 today, guess what's required? Internet, in order to use the disk drive. You cannot use the disk drive, so it's essentially a paperweight. You can't download digital games because you have to connect to the internet. So you essentially bought a paperweight for $500 plus, $700 plus if you buy the PlayStation 5 Pro. It requires internet. The Xbox requires internet. It's required internet since 2013. The Stop Killing Games initiative is cringe because it's over. You lost. And you're going to own nothing, and you're going to be happy. Deal with it. That's how the world is. That's how it works. We went from analog media to you don't own your media, and that's okay. I don't want to own these games. They're garbage. If they turn the servers off for Death Stranding 2, for example, not that that's a thing, but I'm just saying, hypothetically, if that were an always online game and they turned the servers off and said you couldn't play it tomorrow, I couldn't care less. It doesn't make any sense to me. It really just doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, you guys go to the movie theater, you guys spend $15 to go see a movie, and you don't get to watch that movie again. You got your $15 worth of entertainment for about 2 hours and 30-something minutes. And there you go. So you spent $60 on a game that came out 10 years ago, and now all of a sudden you're crying because the servers got turned off and you want a refund. That's not how that works. You got your entertainment when it lasted. You knew the servers were going to go offline, and now you want to cry and bitch like a bunch of liberals. Okay? I'm not agreeing with the Stop Killing Games narrative because it's cringe. It doesn't make any sense to me. Don't buy always online games if that's the problem. And the people that are supporting it are the same losers that have thousands of games that they don't play, mind you, on their Steam library, which is full of DRM. But we love Gabe Newell. You know, Gabe is so sexy, I'm going to bend over backwards for Gabe. That's what you guys love doing, and it's so fucking sad. Okay, we got better than evil coming through with the 10-month membership. We got bugs out here. You guys need to start getting with the program in here. So we're going to go ahead and try and hit that like goal. 200 likes. We will hit the like goal here. Shilling the NWO. I don't know what you're talking about. You guys are absolute incels. If you want to join the conversation to be an intellect, then maybe go get an education. Because you're not obviously making any sense, okay? Some of you guys didn't graduate high school. I don't know what to tell you. I graduated high school. Probably shouldn't have, because I know we weren't at a point where we were intellectually ready for that experience, but the teachers just passed you along, and they just wanted you out of there. But that's okay, because we have a diploma. That's more than most people. So Ramskink with a 21-month membership. We got Better Than Evil with a 10-month membership. We got Ramskink with a $10 super chat. Nick Hogan's going to go see Superman tonight. I mean, can you imagine? No offense to Nick Hogan, but it's just like, can you imagine? The only way I'm going to see a superhero movie is if they have someone really good attached to it. And I just can't think of anyone that could really do something cool with the superhero movie. You know, they rebooted Batman, it turned into woke, and you guys loved it. And not only that, but the new Batman movie, from what I could tell, it's like you literally have to have an OLED television to really see the nighttime scenes, and you guys shilled it. It's about a 4-hour fucking movie. It feels like that anyway. And it's just a bunch of dark, dimly lit scenes that are garbage, you know. And then they play that Nirvana song, and it's just... It's just cringe. It's like, I don't need to see some. By the way, he's not even a superhero. He's a billionaire. Bruce Wayne's a billionaire, and he puts on a suit with a bunch of stupid gadgets, and it's like he can glide with his cape, but he can't fly. I mean, there's no superhero powers within Batman, and it's just like, bro, who's going to see that past the age of 30? You know, I mean, I can understand if you have a family and you want to bring the whole family to see a superhero. I'm not talking about that. But if you're literally going to the theater and you're 30-something years old, you have all these freaking toys in your basement and you're obsessing over it's just like, get a life, you know? I mean, it's just cringe. It's like, what are we doing? We're going to see a fictional character like Spider-Man, because some of you guys believe that Spider-Man actually exists in New York City. I mean, that's very apparent to me, because if it weren't, they wouldn't make money. I'm going to sincerely ask you this, and I'm going to get some Harvard graduates on the show, because I think we can really dig into that brain and really dissect, their perspectives, because it's just so sad. I mean, can you imagine spending $15, $20 to see a superhero movie? I mean, honestly, you guys really believe that Spider-Man exists in New York City? Some of you do, because you went out and you gave them your money to sit in the seat to watch this. You know it's fictional, yet you can't really understand that. So you suspend your disbelief in that moment because you want to get your money's worth that, yes, Spider-Man does believe. So they got you hook, line, and sinker to the theater. It's one big sham is really what it is. That's the movie industry. It's one big sham. Every industry is actually a big sham when you really think about it. The music industry is as well. They don't, I'm not going to get into that, but it's too technical to get into. But, I mean, it's just a sad situation that I can tell you. It's a sad situation. How you guys are going to see these superhero movies that are bringing nothing new to the table. They're just remakes after remakes, and it's like, wow, we got a woke director making this one, and it's gonna satisfy the losers on the internet. It's an internet darling movie. I've never even heard of the superhero movie. I've never even heard of the Superman movie. You guys are on the internet. James Gunn, he's an internet darling director. James Gunn, by the way, because he didn't vote for Trump, so you guys love that. And then you go see his woke slop, and he'll say he didn't vote for Trump. I'm sure Superman will take the Trump hat off and say he didn't vote for Trump in the movie. I mean, that's probably why you guys love it. So it's just, it's a sad situation, but that's what it boils down to. But I just can't imagine going to see a superhero movie in 2025. I mean, I've already seen the Christopher Nolan ones, and they were terrible too, by the way. I mean, I remember watching them and thinking, like, it's just lazy. There's no set design. It's just they filmed it in a random city. There's nothing unique about this. It's like, go watch the Tim Burton Batman movie and come back and tell me that the Christopher Nolan ones are better. They're not, okay? The Tim Burton one puts you in I mean, it's an immersive experience, right? You're in Gotham City, right? It looks like Gotham City. It feels like Gotham City. It is Gotham City. And when you're watching the Christopher Nolan one, it's like, oh, we got some cosplayer as the Joker in Chicago. like it's just so lazy. It's like, well, we found a location. Let's not change anything, and let's start rolling the IMAX cameras. And it's like, this is garbage. Like, it's so bad. And none of these movies make sense, by the way. If you think you can figure out The Dark Knight, you can't. Okay, I know Christopher Nolan movies, and they're not straightforward. And there's a moment at the very end of the movie where the Joker makes a decision. Okay, the Joker's in the interrogation room. The decision was already made, and you guys can't put that puzzle together. You really just can't. And it's like, okay, well, we'll give it some credit there, but they're just not great movies. I mean, The Dark Knight was the only good one. The Dark Knight Rises was absolute garbage, and that's because Heath Ledger passed away. It's not really a fault of the cast of directors, but or Christopher Nolan. But I mean, it's just you can't follow that up. I mean, when Heath Ledger was on the screen, you were glued to the screen, and he's a great actor. He was a great actor, but. You can't follow that up. You know, they had that big fat ass in there as Bane and by Bruce Wayne, fighting in the fucking plane at the beginning, and it's like, you're trying way too hard to match the aura of the first of the second film in the trilogy, and it's just so cringe. So I'm just so glad that Christopher Nolan is done with his superhero movies because they're just really that boring. So you either get his reality based superhero movies or you get CGI garbage, and it's just like, I want something with art, right? Like, let's get Tim Burton back up in there. And I'm not saying Tim Burton is good anymore, but at least Tim Burton made it feel like fucking Gotham City. But you guys don't care. You'll go see James Gunn, Superman, woke version. You can't wait for that. I just can never. I'm sure that Man of Steel is better than that. I mean, I know the set for Man of Steel is probably better than anything of the set of the new superhero movie. Okay, let's go ahead and get a one in the chat here. We need you guys to start locking in. The robot might be a little bit aggressive, but that's because we got losers watching this show and we have to turn on things. So don't get mad if you're getting timed out because that's just the way it is. So you guys need to get the chat moving, otherwise we're going to wrap the show up here, okay? I need you guys to start participating. There's 251 viewers. Let's talk about Grand Theft Auto 6. Quit being scared. You're anonymous on the internet. Quit being a loser, okay? I'm tired of you guys. You guys need to go back to high school, get your high school diploma, and then you can come back and say, I have that certified badge, because it's starting to get really cringe and really annoying, okay? Talk like human beings in here, and we'll give you a great show. I have to minimize the chat to not see whatever that is on display. We literally have to not look at the chat because you're not saying anything anyway. So I just got to ramble on so you guys can maybe understand what's being said. But I can't wait for the new Chromecast video so you guys can have a fucking meltdown. It's going to be fantastic. I mean, I just really can't wait. That's going to be the best entertainment of the fucking of the year. It's going to be the best entertainment of the year. That I could tell you. It's going to be the best entertainment of the year. You guys, I mean, I can't wait for this meltdown. Oh, man. I mean, it's just going to be so good. It's going to be so good. Woo! I can't wait for this meltdown. I mean, it's just, no one has anything to talk about. It's summertime. These games are falling off left and right, and it's just like, man, oh, man. When you need him most, he comes right back up in and delivers really hard and strong, and the cope is going to be unbelievable. The cope on this one is just going to be unfucking believable. Oh, man. But August, we have the Mafia game, and by the way, the new Mafia game looks terrible. Let's go. We need some supporting here. Steve-O, let's consider supporting the chat with Super Chats. Let's go. These member messages aren't doing world class, so we got to buy 3 games next month. We're not even making that budget here within these 3 streams today. I mean, you guys need to start supporting the broadcast here. We got 3 games in August coming out. We got Mafia coming out. We have What do we have coming out? I don't know. We have Mafia: The Old Country coming out in August. We have Madden 26 coming out in August. We have Metal Gear Solid Remake coming out in August. Metal Gear Solid 3 Delta, whatever the hell that game's called, that's coming out in August. And we also have Silent Hill coming out in August, the brand new Silent Hill game. That fan base is cringe, so we'll have to be dissecting that because, you know, obviously you guys can't handle that. So with that said, those are 3 games right there. Madden 26, Mafia: The Old Country, Silent Hill, and there's another one as well. There's potentially 4 games next month that we will be covering in the month of August, and I believe the Mafia gameplay looks so terrible. I'm sorry, but it's just like, I understand it's a $50 game, but you guys need to really start lowering your expectations because if you're expecting a game like Mafia 3, if you're expecting a game like the Mafia 1 remake, it ain't happening. There were many layoffs at Hangar 13. This is their first transition to Unreal Engine 5, and it just looks beyond... It looks like a $20 game, not a $50 game. So I am going in with very, very low expectations, and it's going to be something that is going to be a disappointment for a lot of people, I believe. I mean, because if you're expecting if you're expecting Mafia 3 or Mafia 1 remake, yeah, you're not going to get that here. I can tell you that right now. I looked at the gameplay, and it's looking pretty rough. But, you know, I guess they're trying to justify it with the $50 price tag. And it's just, I understand they got to get these games out, and they're doing a trial run to see if it sells well and stuff like that. But, like, dude, can we make a good game, and can we make a good game within a 3-year period? Can we make that happen? You know, it's so funny. Your favorite game, one of your favorite games is Fallout New Vegas. You guys love Internet Darling game. You love shilling that slop. That game was made in like 8 months, bro. Or maybe 13 months. I mean, it was made within like a year or so, right? Very little time frame to get that asset flip thrown together, and now it's highly regarded as one of the best video games of all time from the incels that sit in their basement all day. And it's just like, I played that, and it's like, well, Fallout 3 was a better game. I don't know what's so special about this. But nonetheless, the point is that game was made within a very small dev cycle, and it's highly regarded as one of the best games of all time. So why aren't we coming back to that? Why is it so hard to make video games these days? It makes absolutely no sense. I'm starting to think that all programmers either quit or they retired. I'm really starting to believe that, and now that's where AI comes in, where it's like, well, we have the artists, we have the actors and the mocap, and we have all of that stuff, but you can't glue together a game like that. You have to have the programmers in there, and if the programmers don't exist, we go to the AI that can do the code. You need the code monkeys in there, and it's just like, I don't think they're paid enough to do the job. I mean, clearly there's something wrong here, and it just makes absolutely no sense, and that's really where it's coming. We can have great art in our game, we can have great sound design in our game, we can have great motion capture, great performances, great acting, but it's like, bro, if you don't have the heartbeat of the game, which is the programming, then it's over. The gameplay, it's an interactive medium. You have to have the gameplay fluid. You have to have the depth there. You have to have the bells and whistles. And it's just like, bro, $50 for this new Mafia game. Like, bro, how are we going backwards from Mafia 3 that came out nearly a decade ago? I mean, it just doesn't make any sense. It makes absolutely no sense how we're going backwards when we should be going forwards. Makes absolutely no sense. But you guys don't care because you're ready to play and consume. And, that's how they have you. It's not about creating a great game. It's about creating something that you guys are going to continue to put time and money into. And that's why Grand Theft Auto 6 is taking so long, because you think the story mode is really going to be the focus. Well, you're wrong. The story mode isn't going to be the focus. The story mode is just going to be thrown together with woke themes, the propaganda. And, the online is obviously where they're going to make their billions of dollars. It's not going to be within the single-player campaign. Absolutely not. So why would that get the focus? I mean, the only way that could get the focus is if they had to impress anyone, but they don't have to prove that because, well, Grand Theft Auto 5 online is a massive success. Why would they have to prove that by any stretch of the imagination? So the point is that the single-player campaign is not the star of the show. It used to be the star of the show back in the day, but it's not the star of the show now. So they're focusing on the online efforts, and they're focusing, so you spend all your time and all your money into these virtual worlds and get nothing in return for it outside a little bit of bragging rights that you can show on the internet and say you're so cool that you have level 5 million in this video game. And it's just it really goes back to World of Warcraft. It's like, bro, imagine playing World of Warcraft in like 2007 or some bullshit when it was at its peak or whatever. And it's just like, bro, who's sitting there and playing that game? You guys are addicts. I mean, honestly, you guys are addicts. You're sitting there and you're spending, you know, your whole life on the fucking video game, your whole fucking thousands and thousands of dollars in whatever they're selling in these video games. And it's just like, bro, can you get a grip? You know what I mean? This is why South Park depicts you guys as 500 pounds in your parents' basement and you got drool all over yourself because you're sitting around and saying World of Warcraft is a fucking great game. Like, you know, it's just like, holy shit. And that's what Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to do. Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to do just that. Will the tires deflate in Mafia? Probably not. And what they're going to do is they're going to look at it and say, well, it's set in it's set in 1910 or some bullshit, or whatever the hell the game's set, 1894 or whatever. So they're going to sit there and say the Ford Model T, well, obviously it's past 1912 because I'm assuming, the Ford Model T, that was the first car, right? I don't think they came from, where was the first car made? It had to be in America, right? Detroit? Ford Model T, I'm going to assume that. I don't know if that's the case. But nonetheless, it has to be past 1912 at least, right? Early 1900s. So, we're going to test that out, and I already know the answer is going to be probably it's not going to deflate. I mean, there might be a mission where you do that, but I don't know. The Mafia Old Country should be on Game Pass. I don't think that's even worth $50 from the gameplay that I just saw. I mean, it's just really... I saw the grenade thing and I thought, wow, this is the worst. This is really bad. Look like a PS2 game, homie. And it's just like, I understand it's low budget and I understand that Hangar 13, there was massive layoffs back when Mafia 3 came out. But it's like, bro, if you guys can't put it together, and it might not have woke themes, but it might also have woke themes. But really, the gameplay is lackluster. It's not even up to its predecessors. And it's just like, well, Mafia 4 would have been better. Mafia 4 in Las Vegas in the 70s, that would have been fantastic. And now we have this Sicily, Red Dead, Uncharted thing. And it's just like, the gameplay looks like an Xbox 360 arcade game. And it's just like, well, for 50, I'm sure there's fun to be had. But how long is that fun going to last for? Probably 8 hours and then you're done with the game. There's probably not even going to be a free roam mode. And even if there is, I mean, what is there going to be to do in the world? If you can't even, because there's a train in the game, if you can't even ride the train in the game, then they should just cancel the game. I mean, quite frankly, it's an insult to my intelligence to put something in a video game and I can't interact with it. It's not a passive form of entertainment, right? It's not, I'm sitting there and watching a movie. Although with a lot of games these days, you sit there and watch these actors, these C-list actors, put on these spandex suits and do their little performances. I don't care about that. I mean, that's ridiculous. That's not a video game. Like, these losers want to make movies, but they can't get accepted into Hollywood because that's a lost art too. I mean, it's a lost business. But it's a sad situation. I mean, it's an interactive medium, and it's like everything I click on should be interactable. Like, if I want to go up to the train and get on the train and drive the train, it should be, it should be there for the player. Right? Don't put it in the game world if it's not interactable. Everything should be interactable to a certain extent. I'm not asking for massive depth, but if you're and that's the thing with Grand Theft Auto 6. That's the thing with this game. It's like, bro, you look at the screenshots, you look at the trailer, you look at this, you look at that, and it's like, bro, if you put it in the game and we can't interact with it, now you're disrespecting my intelligence, right? I'm so done with these interiors that you can't go into. I'm so done with these props that are there for the story mode, and then once the story mode mission is over, you can't go back into it. I mean, it just makes absolutely no sense why you guys would be shilling this, but yet again, time and time, you guys continue to get on your knees for Rockstar Games, and they've censored it. They have, look at this right here, a pawn fee is coming through yet again. We got a lot of guys coming in here with a 2-time Tony Hawk combo.
Pawn face super chatted £5. Druckmann bailed on HBO and is now back to being the best game developer in history. Gaming is saved.
Yeah, they just put out the chronological mode too for The Last of Us Part 2. They put out the chronological mode. It's a free update, so you guys can go back in The Last of Us Part 2 and you can play it chronologically as the events happen and unfolded. So I guess it's a remix of the story in terms of how the events laid out chronologically. So that's what Neil Druckmann's doing for you guys. And I think that's based. I think he needed to exit from Hollywood and get out. He made his stamp, and it's time to go back to making some games and getting these games out. Let's get the new Uncharted out. Let's get the new Last of Us out. Let's get that space game out. Let's get these games out so these people start complaining on the internet about how terrible these games are. Yet you play The Last of Us 2 and the gameplay is still fantastic. I don't know about the story, but I think the story's okay. But the gameplay is The Last of Us Part 2 anyway. The Last of Us Part 1's a boring game. I mean, it's a really snooze fest. But The Last of Us Part 2's got great gameplay, great sound design. I mean, there's still nothing like it. And we're nearly, we're half a decade since that game came out, and it's just a sad situation. So it's pretty base that Neil Druckmann is going back to Naughty Dog and getting out of the Hollywood business, because there's it's just, you don't need to be in that business. I mean, it's a sad situation. Hollywood's dying anyway. So a pawn fee is coming through. That's what we love to see. Let's get some W's in the chat. I need you guys to start locking in here. And locking in a way that makes sense. Yeah, we have the like goal here. I said 200 likes, and we're probably not going to hit that, so that's okay. 200 likes. Unreal Engine 5 is a woke engine. That's not a conversation, because I don't know what you're talking about. How is an engine woke? I don't understand. That doesn't make any sense. That's like saying a car is woke. So you're saying a Tesla's woke because Elon Musk isn't? Come on, it's a fucking car. How is a machine woke? I don't understand. Makes absolutely no sense. I'm going to start timing out low IQ messages. I mean, it's just you're clogging up the chat for intellects. Here we go. Last of Us. I can't wait for this game to come out. I can't wait for it to be woke, and I can't wait for you guys to complain. And I'm going to laugh. I'm going to sit back, I'm going to laugh, and I'm going to be like, wow, you guys bought it hook, line, and sinker, and you didn't care. And then when it's time to care, now all of a sudden you want to get your pitchforks out and say, oh my God, Rockstar destroyed this. And it's just like, well, the writing was on the wall for many years. The signs were there. The proof was in the pudding, and yet you didn't want to listen, okay? When you censor interiors in a video game, you're woke, okay? That's what they've done. I don't care how you want to spin it. GTA 4, you go into interiors. The gameplay is not altered. The gameplay is not changed. There's no censorship in Grand Theft Auto 4. I do not care how you guys perceive that, but it is censorship, okay? And in other games that have since come out, since Grand Theft Auto 5, Watch Dogs 2, Watch Dogs 1, for example, there's no censorship in those games, okay? When you go into interiors, the gameplay does not change. So why is Rockstar bending the knee to Jack Thompson and the woke mob and saying, wow, you know what? This isn't sensitive. It's a video game. It's fiction. But what they're essentially saying is they're saying that video games are too violent. They do believe in that because they have censored their own product. They don't have to come out and say it, but they have censored Red Dead Redemption 2. They have censored Grand Theft Auto 5. They have censored those games. You play Red Dead Redemption 1, you can go into the saloon, the gameplay doesn't change. You can go into interiors in Red Dead Redemption 1, the gameplay does not change. Grand Theft Auto 4, you go into the interiors, the gameplay does not change. It's not a matter of if that's the right way to play the game, it's a matter of censorship. And they have since censored and altered and put barriers up so that the player can't play the game the way the player wants to play the game. It's a fictional video game, and now you guys are actually getting woke and saying that, well, there's boundaries and there's we can't have these games looking too photorealistic because, it's too violent. Imagine if Mortal Kombat had ultra photorealistic graphics and it ditched the cartoon look and you had all of that blood and gore in there. Yeah, you guys would be wanting that game to get canceled too because, it's got the cartoony look still. It's got the fantasy elements. So it's like, when Sub-Zero freezes his opponent and Sub-Zero puts the spike through the head and all of it just dilapidates. Yeah, you love that because it's a fantasy game. But as soon as they go photorealistic, and we're talking in the next 50 years, right? They have this all new technology. This is actual photorealistic. Like you cannot discern the realities from that's what's going to happen. Everything is changing in the next 20 years. Gaming is can you imagine? But that's how woke you guys get. It's okay when the game is a cartoon fantasy game. We love violence, and video games don't cause violence, and there's no implications there if someone who isn't fully developed is playing these games and None of that's an issue, right? But as soon as the game starts looking a little bit realistic, and as soon as you're, I mean, it's just like we're going to cancel Grand Theft Auto 4 because the interiors aren't censored. And these are the same people that are saying it's okay for, Fortnite is cancer, right? Fortnite is cancer. I mean, it really is. It's the devil. That's the mark of the beast. Fortnite is the mark of the beast. How is it not? Well, what are you doing in Fortnite? You're shooting, right? Guns, guns, guns. Shoot, shoot, shoot. Eliminate, eliminate, eliminate. When you really look back and you peel it back and you think, who's making this stuff? I mean, honestly, who is making this stuff? Because it's making absolutely no sense. The demographic for the demographic for the Fortnite crowd is a younger audience, and when they're just being trained to stay on this game and build up their character and get their V-Bucks and stuff like that, and they're doing these unhealthy things. Let's get that game and let's put some educational in there. Let's better that experience. But they don't want to do that because the devil is working through these developers. The devil's got a hold of these developers. They probably worship Satan when they go home from the cubicle. I mean, honestly, I honestly think that might very well be the case because it's like imagine designing a game that is for a younger audience and the primary objective is to shoot. And I mean, it's just it should be canceled. The whole thing should be canceled. 25 and above is the new rating system, in my opinion, for Grand Theft Auto 6, and we roll it out for Grand Theft Auto 6. You cannot buy Grand Theft Auto 6 unless you're 25 and above. I think that's smart. I'm not saying there's not a place for mature games, but when it's accessible and it's more accessible than ever before because you don't go out and buy games at the store anymore, you can just click on a couple of things and your game's downloading, and it's just like, this is insane to me. And Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to change society for the worse. I think they need to cancel this game or at least put in way more restrictions in place. I mean, you should be able to, in order to buy the game, you have to upload your ID. I mean, it's really that simple. That's what we're talking. Look at this right here. Cool Friend is coming through, and he's coming through in a way that makes sense. You love to see it.
Cool Friend super chatted $4.99. Pam Bondi says the list of new games is on her desk ready to review.
Who?
2 more weeks and gaming is back, friends.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. Let's go ahead and read this. You said Pam Bondi. I don't know what that is. Let's go ahead and see what Cool Friend had to say. He says, I don't know who that is. Pam Bondi, list of new games on her desk. I don't know who that is. Probably some VTuber. I don't know who you guys watch. I really couldn't care less. I don't know what you're talking about. Well, we do appreciate that $5 super chat. I don't know who Pam Bondi is. It's probably some Japanese RPG or something that you guys play. I mean, can you imagine playing a fantasy game? Oh, man. Like, imagine playing a fantasy game. They need to take Fortnite and they need to turn Fortnite into they have an opportunity. I mean, and they could do something great with Fortnite. They could better society with Fortnite and take the violence out of the video game. Really, honestly. That's what we're talking about. Mike Bobo is coming through. This is what we love to see. Mike Bobo is in the building.
Mike Bobo Stinks super chatted $4.99. Adiatu no guns allowed in SD Dennis Theatre. GTA 4 what if Hospital is removed from remaster?
Yeah.
If so, GTA 6 is due.
That's a great...
Delay to fall 2026 as well, lol.
That's what we're talking about. Mike Bobo Stinks, and that's why I say it's best that they don't remaster Grand Theft Auto 4 because those things would probably be altered or at least censored. I mean, it's really sad. I don't know if they would be fully, but it would certainly be an indication of things to come. And maybe that's what Rockstar does need to do. But for the mature gamers, if you can verify that you're over the age of 25, they should have a mature gamer mode that you can turn on, and there's no censorship. I think that's what's really needed. But it's really sad how Rockstar they've censored their game. I mean, I mean, it's a sad situation. That's why they shouldn't remaster Grand Theft Auto 4 because there's problems with that game that just don't work with the modern landscape and modern gamers who are very woke. I mean, the woke mind virus has really taken over, and these are the same people that are sheep and they're wolves in sheep's clothing. So they want to pretend like they wear that red hat, but they don't wear that red hat. They're very woke inside. They got that woke mind virus, but they don't want to make sure that people know about it. So Mike Bobo in the building, coming through in a way that makes sense. We're not playing. Oh, Akira's coming through with a 6-month membership. Yeah, we're not going to be playing. Split Fiction is woke, okay? Split Fiction is woke. It's an anti-fun game. We've been there and we've done that. He's already made 2 games before that. And, you know, A Way Out was interesting. I thought that was fantastic, especially for the time. It was a brand new concept, co-op multiplayer game. It has to be played like that. And you got to work together to figure out the stuff. And it was a more mature game. And then it turns into cartoon stuff. And then it turns into just woke slop. And it's just like fantasy and sci-fi. The worst genre that you could really come up with is just like, let's make a fantasy and sci-fi game. And you got these two lesbian characters. I don't know. The game's trash. Just a total disaster, really. It's very woke, that I could tell you. Mafia will be well. The problem with the new Mafia is that it doesn't look like it's even worth $50. I mean, if you go and you watch that gameplay, there's a clip where the guy throws the grenade and it looks so terrible. I couldn't believe it. Now, granted, the game is probably still being developed, but at this point, it's got to get ready to go pretty soon, within at least a month or so. But I don't know. I mean, $50 might be a little bit too steep for the new Mafia game, that I could tell you. New gamers just wait for remakes instead of playing the old originals. Yeah, they just don't have any respect for it. It's a sad situation. It really is a sad situation. The Queen is in the building, and she's coming through so tremendously hard and so tremendously strong.
Leica has just tipped $9.99 through Super Chat. Michael is always right and always sexy. Black heart emoji.
The Queen is in the building, and she is plowing through in a way that makes sense. Hard and strong. And believe me, she's rolling out that red heart-shaped carpet in a way that makes sense. Total sweetheart from top to bottom. I love, she loves. The Queen is in the building. Let's get some hearts up in the chat. Molly is coming through, and she's coming through, and she is laying it down here in a way that makes sense. It's what we love to see, and I'll tell you what, this carpet, it looks fantastic. She's done a great job with this carpet here. She got the heart-shaped carpet here. It's utterly fantastic. The Queen is coming through. She's making a damn point, and she's coming through so tremendously strong. Just a total sweetheart from top to bottom. Big dubs in the chat. Molly is in the building, and she's plowing hard and strong with the $10 super chat. Coming through in a way that makes sense. It's what we love to see. Get some dubs and hearts up in the chat. Molly the Queen has entered the building, and she's entered it in a way that makes sense, that I can tell you. Molly is in here, and that carpet is utterly fantastic. I mean, I'm looking at the carpet right now, and I can't keep my eyes off the carpet. It's just that damn amazing looking. It's incredible. That I could tell you. Molly is in the building. The Queen is coming through. She's coming through in a way that makes sense. With the $10 super chat, you guys got to wake up in here. If you are getting timed out, we have the robot turned on. We had to increase the robot, and it's probably timing people out, but I'm not timing anyone out. It's the robot doing it. So you're just going to have to understand that that's what we have enabled right now, because these woke people have up the show. These woke people have they've intruded the show, and they're. The fantasies where, World Class says their favorite game is terrible, and they just, they have total meltdowns. And the wokeness, the woke mind virus really gets put on display. It's so sad. But that's why we have the robot turned on, I tell you. It would have been fun to have the Kojima fanboys come through, but they don't want to have a discussion about the tires in Death Stranding 2, because, the rubber bullets are really what's important, and that's the lore of the game. So therefore, Kojima cannot pack detail into the game. And it's okay for an $80 game, by the way. And it's just like, well, we love Death Stranding 2 because, Norman Reedus is a great actor, and it's like he barely even talks in the cutscenes. Like, from what I watched, he's barely even doing anything. It's just like they paid him millions of dollars to be in Death Stranding 2, and he just sits there and he's like there's a Ryan Gosling of freaking video games, because obviously Norman Reedus doesn't understand that game. I mean, he just does what Kojima says to do, but. Yeah, I don't know. These Death Stranding, and that game's a total failure. But speaking of a total failure, we're going to go ahead and dissect Grand Theft Auto 6 here today, and this is a fact. You're going to get mad, but that's okay, because, well, we know how you operate. So here we go right here, folks. We're going to jump into it in a way that makes sense. And GTA 6 is dead. And again, this is the data straight from Google here. Google Trends in the U.S. You'll see that the hype train has definitely departed the station here. For Grand Theft Auto 6, we had two big peaks there. And that was when I believe Trailer 2 came out about 2 months ago. 2 months ago, Trailer 2 for Grand Theft Auto 6 came out, and ever since then, it looks like Rockstar really fumbled that football. You know, they thought they completed the play, and, you know, Tom Brady was throwing the football, and the receiver caught the football, and everything was fantastic. But what happened after that play? I mean, I don't know. They just couldn't fulfill it. And it's a sad situation because you look at this and it's just like this should be the talk of the town. I mean, you're less than a year away from this game. That's right, folks. We're less than a year away from this game now. We got an official date, May 26, 2026, if they don't delay it. If they delay it again, there's no point for this game to exist because you have people that are just not passionate at making games. I mean, they're too busy drinking their soy lattes. They're too busy playing table tennis in the office. I mean, they're too busy talking about American politics, which, by the way, I believe they're making the game in Scotland or something. I don't know where that's at. But, I mean, they're making the game not in America. Yeah, they're talking about Trump. I don't understand. But nonetheless, you look at this and it's just a sad situation, and really you can only blame Rockstar. It has nothing to do with. I mean, they destroyed the game, right? They've unveiled way too much with this game. I didn't need to know about Raul Batista. I didn't need to know about Jason's fat friend that looks like a loser. I mean, it's just the game looks terrible. Like the game looks terrible. If this were made by any other developer and this were the storyline, right? This modern woke themed Bonnie and Clyde. Let's just make a Bonnie and Clyde game. Fuck this woke Jason and Lucia bullshit. Okay, I'm done. Well, Lucia's got a thick ass and I'm an incel and yeah, them jiggle physics. And it's just like it's cringe. Like get a life. But I would rather have them come out of the woodwork and say, no, we're making a game about Bonnie and Clyde because it wouldn't have woke themes. So it's just like, you know, but they're making a worse version of Bonnie and Clyde, and they're taking this cage fighter Lucia, and she gets caught up in the bad life, and Jason's coming to the rescue, and she puts him in her and she's on top and he's on the bottom, and then you know it's like who's excited to play this garbage? You got interiors that are censored. They've been censored since 2013. I don't understand. But you have Watch Dogs 2, which you guys didn't play or buy, and that was woke because, you know, I'm not going to get into it, but you guys thought that was woke because the main protagonist didn't, I guess, look the way that you wanted him to, and I think that's not woke, because there's no wokeness in Watch Dogs 2. You can't show me one woke theme in Watch Dogs 2. You can't. This has woke themes. And it's a sad situation. When you put censorship in a game, it's woke. That's woke. They smartened up to it, and they had to bend the knee. That's woke. And you look at a game like Watch Dogs 2, and the interiors aren't censored. Now, how is that? When that game came out in 2016, you know, where was the call for action on that? Let's ban that video game because that video game was too. No one played it, so we don't care. You see how that works? Because this game is too popular, Rockstar has to bend the knee now. That's why the main head honchos left Rockstar. There's no control anymore with this. This is it. I mean, this is really it. Because after this game, there's no game to look forward to unless you want to see Starfield 2.0 with the Elder Scrolls theme skinned over it. No one wants that. So this is going to be a woke disaster. It's going to be the end of video games as you know them, because after this, it's like, well, even if GTA 7 does come out, it's going to be AI, you know, and maybe that's going to be for the better. Who knows? But right now, I mean, this is the last dying breed of video games. I mean, this is really it. We have consoles that don't have AI chips in them. The next set of consoles will have AI chips in them. The next Xbox, yes, there will be another Xbox. You guys are dumb if you don't believe that. Oh, Microsoft's not. Why would anyone buy an Xbox? Well, because maybe no one wants to fucking play PC gaming, dumbass. Look at the top PC game. I'm coming back over here. Look at the top PC game right now on Steam, and guess what it is? I mean, it's just like no one's playing on PC, right? No one's playing on PC. The top number one played game right now on PC is a game that came out literally in like 1999, and it's Counter-Strike. Who's playing that garbage? Like that's your number one played game on the PC platform? Horrible platform. Horrible fucking platform. Garbage. No one wants to play Counter-Strike, bro. Like that's a 1999 video game that has worse mechanics than Call of Duty. And this whole PC community, they just love that Counter-Strike slop with these. It's a terrible game. I played it when they remastered it or whatever. It's a terrible game. If you're sitting, I see that's worse to me than the fantasy games. That's worse than Final Fantasy. Like, bro, Counter-Strike, by the way. Literally over 1 million people probably playing it right now. They're all unemployed losers. The whole PC platform is for incels. I mean, it really is. You don't buy a game. You don't buy a PC. You don't buy a gaming PC to game on it. You buy a PC gaming to do work on it. I mean, it's unbelievable to do 3D modeling and visual effects and video editing and streaming and things like that. I mean, come on, get with the program. You're sitting around playing fucking 1999 video game on your 5080. I mean, that's just a loser life. I mean, it really is. So, nonetheless, with the way things are going, the consoles, I mean, there's going to be another Xbox console because, well, that's why no one wants to, there's going to be another Xbox console. Yes, you can play the games on the cloud. You can play the games on the web browser. You can play the games on PlayStation, but who gives a shit? They can still come, it's $1 trillion company. They can still come out of the woodwork and they can say that they have the most powerful hardware again, and that's going to sell some boxes, but they're not interested in that. They want to get you in the ecosystem, and if, the only reason why they make consoles is because it's for the conservative folks that still have that mindset that consoles really matter and stuff like that, and that's where their sales are coming from. The people that bought the Xbox, original Xbox in 2001 when The Rock came out on stage with Bill Gates and all of that stuff, those are the people that are buying the next Xbox, and they don't need to sell consoles. They've never been in that business since Xbox 360, so it doesn't matter that they're not selling consoles. That's not what they're selling. They're selling you the ecosystem, and that's a conservative way to get into the ecosystem without really mucking things up, because no one wants to go on the web browser and play the games. So they're just going to keep rolling that out. It's not a hard philosophy to follow, but you guys are dumb. But nonetheless, yeah, there's going to be a new Xbox console. There's going to be a new PlayStation, and these are going to have AI chips in them. The silicon is going to have AI NPUs and all of that stuff. So you'll be doing some local AI stuff on the consoles. You'll be able to hit the AI button on the controller and get help. And that's what's needed with these games, because there's no game design anymore. These losers that make these video games, I mean, they're 45 years old. They're absolute burnouts in life. They got their little art degree and they think they're great at gaming, but they don't know how to make anything. And they don't even play the games that they make, because if you did, there should be a clear direction on where to go in a game. And it's like, we shouldn't be getting lost in these games, but we are. And that's because the AI chips are not installed. The AI chips are not in there, but you're gonna be able to do that with the next set of consoles. You're gonna be able to hit the PlayStation button, ask PlayStation or something, and it's going to tell you what you need to do next, and it's going to be running locally on the hardware. So it's going to be a change that's probably for the best. But it's a sad situation, that I can tell you. So we're entering the AI console space soon. And the Xbox handheld isn't anything special. In fact, the Xbox handheld is already it already exists. They just put the branding over the Xbox handheld, which is smart, actually. When you really look at Xbox's game plan, I mean, it's actually smart what they're doing. And I know it's not, it's not a popular opinion and, contrarian. But when you really look at what Xbox is doing tremendous, because they know they can't win in the console space. And that's not that's not really what they're competing in anyway. So they don't care if their car on the fucking NASCAR is last place. It's still competed, right? So that's not what they're focusing on, right? They don't care about that. They're focusing on basically plastering the Xbox brand on everything and doing these collaborations and just, getting you in the ecosystem. And that's what I said. They'll make another Xbox console. They're not going to stop making Xbox hardware. Why would they do that? It's for the traditional gamer that grew up with buying consoles and playing exclusives on those consoles. And that's changed, but, And it's not hard. Look at this right here. Joshua Trump is in the building. He's coming through with the 10 as well.
Joshua Trump has just tipped $10 right through Super Chat. Welcome back, Mackle.
That's what we're talking about. Huge shout out to Joshua Trump coming through hard and strong with that $10 Super Chat. and really just coming through in a way that makes sense with a 10. It's what we love to see. Joshua Trump is in the building here today and really coming through in a way that makes sense. Hard and strong with a $10 super chat. You love to see it. Let's get some dubs up in the chat here. Joshua Trump in the building and coming through with the 45-month membership as well. Big dubs right here with a 45-month membership. Big dubs right here. Joshua Trump in the building and coming through tremendously hard and tremendously strong. I don't talk like Trump. I don't know what you're talking about. How do I sound like Trump? I don't know what you're talking about. Sound like Trump, by the way. See, you guys have all these excuses on disqualifying world class. You know, his eyeballs don't look straight. He's got a weird accent, you know. I mean, it's just a sad situation. You can't just sit there and listen, can you? You know, you got to listen to Asmongold. That's why we want some white shirts. I got to look more like Asmongold so you guys can resonate with the show. I mean, it's a sad situation, but it's so true, you know. But Joshua Trump in the building and just coming through so tremendously hard and so tremendously strong. It's what we love to see. The hell was that noise? We're not doing an impersonation. You guys aren't coming through hard enough for that. We're not doing an impersonation. I'm not here to entertain you in that way. That's too much entertainment for you guys. We're not doing an impersonation for Trump. If I were impersonating Trump, but I will say there was a Kotaku editor that reached out and was offended that I'm not trolling about this either, but there was a Kotaku editor, and he emailed me and said they were laughing in the. I'm not even trolling, and I don't care if you don't believe me, but. There was a Kotaku editor that emailed me many years ago, and he emailed me and said, "Why do I sound like Trump?" They were laughing in the office, and I thought, "Yeah, we really made it." Because if we got these woke Kotaku editors watching the show and they're laughing in the office, it's like, yeah, we really. I mean, I'm so glad they're intrigued and possibly offended. I mean, that's fascinating to me. That's fascinating to me. This is, mind you, a guy that had a face mask in his picture. You know what I mean? Like they're so mad that world class apparently sounds like Trump, and it's just like I don't know how we sound like Trump, but they just can't get past that. Instead of listening to what we have to say, you know, it's just like, well, it shows how superficial certain people are. I mean, they just can't get past the initial hump. You know, they can't get past. What the hell is that smell out here? They can't get past the initial hump, and it's a sad situation, you know. They need the whole presentation to be locked in, and I don't know. So, again, we're coming back here to Google Trends, and look at this right here. GTA 6 is dead. This is the data straight from Google. And 2 months ago, we had some hype for this game, Grand Theft Auto 6. I believe those two peaks are when they delayed the game. That would, I believe, represent the first peak when they officially delayed the game to 2026, May 26, 2026, because, you know, 2 months ago, we didn't have a release date for this game outside of the vague fall 2025 timeline, which obviously that didn't come to fruition. So they delayed the game, and then they surprise dropped Trailer 2, and in addition to that, they updated the website, 70-plus images, and the whole shebang. The problem is with that is that they ruin the game, right? Like my interest, and it's not just my interest, but clearly less people are typing in GTA 6 on Google. That's what this is showing right here. And that to me is a concern, because if you're not excited for a game that comes out literally in less than a year, then I don't know what it takes for you guys to get excited. And I think it's a testament to how just uninteresting this game looks, because you have to realize that this game has to hit and it has to fire on all cylinders. And there's just absolutely no way that they can do that, right? You're going to, within the first 10 minutes of me playing this game, I'm going to run into disappointments. And I know that's not going to be what you guys want to hear. But in my opinion, that's inexcusable, because we had to wait 12 plus years for this game. And it's a sad situation, that I could tell you. It really is. It's a sad situation. Now, if we only had to wait 5 years for this game, we could cut it some slack and say they threw this one out pretty quick. But when you're waiting for a game this long and you're waiting for it to fulfill and hit those expectations, and not only that, but exceed them, and that's their goal apparently, well, then I need to go into every interior in this game. We don't need censorship. We need to have this game be really the be-all, end-all of gaming. Because at this point, I mean, really what is going to serve the gamers? I mean, you got Madden, you got FIFA, you got Call of Duty, you got Fortnite. You got games like that are doing incredibly well, and live service this and live service that. But if you took away those games, I mean, honestly, this industry would be totally dead. No one's playing Resident Evil. No one's playing Silent Hill. Those are games that came out. You have to understand that everything's changed. You have to understand that the way we consume media has changed within just the last 15 years. You have to understand that the internet has changed within just the last 15 years. Literally, life is evolving and games are not. And that's the problem. The dopamine hit isn't as strong like it was during 2000 and whatever. I mean, it's just the reality of the situation. And look at this right here, homie. Joshua Trump.
Joshua Trump super chatting $5. What these losers don't know is that D. Trump sounds like world class.
Exactly. Joshua Trump is in the building, and he's coming through with the two-time Tony Hawk combo. You love to see it with the 45-month loyalty badge. Joshua Trump is laying it down hard and strong here today, and in a way that makes sense with the two-time Tony Hawk combo and the 45-month membership. You love to see it. A lot of two-time Tony Hawk combos in here today. They are stepping up to the plate, and in a way that makes sense with the two-time Tony Hawk combos in here today, as Joshua Trump is the latest to come through with the two-time Tony Hawk combo and the 45-month loyalty badge. Folks, it is what we love to see, and certainly coming through in a way that makes sense. Joshua Trump in here with a two-time Tony Hawk combo and with a 45-month loyalty badge. Let's get some dubs up in the chat. Look at that right there. 45-month loyalty badge and the two-time Tony Hawk combo right there for Joshua Trump. And if you are trying to chat and it is timing you out, just keep trying in some way that makes sense, and maybe it'll let you through. Hit us with facts, I dare you. Okay. We're going to a fact right here. Mods, can you time that guy out? That was implying that I'm not showing a fact on the screen. He's a woke loser. We don't take too kindly to woke sensitive. I mean, it's just I'm showing you Google data here. So if you don't want to believe it, that's okay. But I don't know what to tell you, but it's just not a conversation for you because you're obviously sensitive, and I don't know how to help you. But hopefully you can call Dr. Phil one of these days, and maybe he'll get you on his show or something. I don't know. Maybe you guys need to be on the show. I don't need to be on the show, but I'd be willing to join you if you needed my assistance. I'd come onto the Dr. Phil show with you. But nonetheless, we're looking at the Google data here, and you guys can't handle it. I mean. What we're saying is that, yes, less people are typing in. That's what the data shows here. Less people are typing in Grand Theft Auto 6. That's what this is showing. And in my opinion, yes, that does correlate to less interest, because if more people were interested in this, then the charts would be a little bit higher here, but they're not higher. Man, it's a sad situation. And the reason why this is the case is because Rockstar destroyed this game, and we need a little bit more audio here today. It looks like we're a little bit low on this audio here. So you guys are really having to do some listening here because we're a little bit low on this audio. So we're going to crank this up a little bit, start clipping. But nonetheless, it is a sad situation how you guys are sitting there and just not looking at this and saying, well, who cares about Google Trends? And it's just goalpost after goalpost. And it's like, just face the facts. The game is not where it really needs to be right now, as things have gone quiet yet again. And it's funny because it's like, well, the game doesn't come out until May 26, 2026, which is less than a year from now. And you guys have nothing to say about the game. So when is that going to change? You're going to wait until pre-orders go live? Yeah, you can't wait for that pre-order button to go live so you can get that thing pre-ordered and get that on your console. And you just can't wait for that. I mean, it's just a sad situation. You're ready to line up to that buffet to consume. You're not interested in questioning the quality. You're not interested in doing anything but lining up to that buffet to consume. And this is going to be a reality check for a lot of you guys with this game when it comes out. It's going to be a reality check for a lot of you guys because you're going to see the wokeness. You're going to see the sanitized nature of the free roam aspects. I mean, it's going to be a sad situation. You thought Red Dead was bad. It's like, bro, here's the thing with Red Dead. It's a Wild West game, right? It's essentially a fantasy game, right? No one from 1889 is alive today, right? So Red Dead Redemption 2 is about a gunslinger, an outlaw, in 1889 or whenever that game takes place. And it's like, bro, how do you have censorship in a Wild Wild West game? You know what I mean? It's just like, can you imagine playing a Wild Wild West game and you're censored because the devs who made it are woke? And it's just like you have Arthur Morgan, who is a protagonist that is so... I can't even get into it. But just play the first game, because the first game doesn't have the censorship. It has woke themes. But the first game doesn't have the gameplay censorship that the second game does. And not only that, but it has more sophisticated... I think the NPCs might be a little bit more sophisticated. I think the ragdoll is a lot more sophisticated. I know the ragdoll is more sophisticated. The NPCs actually get on and off the train in Red Dead Redemption 1. They don't get on and off the train in Red Dead Redemption 2. That's a massive downgrade. Now, I will say that you can drive the train in Red Dead Redemption 2, but you can't drive the train in Red Dead 1. But I'd rather have a more believable world than drive a train that doesn't really do much. But I think they only included that for the mission. But nonetheless, it's really just a sad situation, how they've downgraded the game, and they couldn't retain every element. And when you look at Grand Theft Auto 6, I mean, it's just going to be a total disaster. I mean, you're looking at a game where you're playing as a woman UFC fighter, and she's strong and independent, and you know we've seen that multiple times in these trailers. Multiple scenes are showcasing that Lucia is she's in charge and she's really on top, and I don't know how that was with the Bonnie and Clyde dynamic in real life. I mean, we can go to the AI and ask that, but that's a lot of work, and we're just not interested in that. But I will tell you, I don't think I'm assuming. I'm assuming Clyde, I think that's the guy, right? Clyde is the guy and Bonnie's the woman. I'm assuming Clyde was the one in charge in terms of what they were doing, and it wasn't the other. So this is automatically woke. I mean, it really is. It's automatically woke because she's a UFC cage fighter. That's woke. I mean, that you're playing as Ronda Rousey in this game, and I don't know if that's necessary, but she's gonna have Hulk abilities. She'll beat up the men. And Jason's going to be the driver. He's like Ryan Gosling. I mean, it's just going to be a terrible game. This game is going to be so terrible. And Jason's sidekick is just, I mean, you look at those images, and this guy's 400 pounds in these images, and he's wearing that shirt that says video game violence or something. I mean, it's just so terrible. It really is so terrible. Star Wars Battlefront 2, that's an automatic ban. That's Internet Darling Talk. We don't do Internet Darling Talk over here. This is a real show for real human beings and not some circle jerk on the internet that, people love these Japanese fantasy games. Star Wars Battlefront 2, I played that when it came out, and you guys hated that game. In fact, I have a video on that game. You guys hated Star Wars Battlefront 2. You said it was a terrible game. You said it was so cancerous how EA was charging for microtransactions, and it was just so disastrous, and now you're shilling it, nearly 10 years later. I'm not entertaining any of that bullshit. I mean, it's just I was there for the Star Wars Battlefront 2 drama, and Reddit didn't like that game, and now they love it. I mean, it's just I'm not entertaining that bullshit. You guys can go fuck off with that, okay? Pick a side and stick with it, okay? Now you want to show these games that were all about corporate greed and corporate, all of that, and now you don't have anything to say. Oh, Star Wars Battlefront 2 was actually great. Well, then why weren't you saying that in 2017? Why weren't you saying that? It's just a cry for attention. I'm so glad the devs shut it down. There's no Battlefront 3. You don't deserve Battlefront 3. So I'm so glad. They should shut the servers off too if they haven't already. They should shut the servers off too. If I made a game and it came out and it started to get popular 15 years later, I'd turn the servers offline so no one could play the fucking game. That to me would be based. It's like you didn't appreciate it when it released. I don't care. You didn't want to take the time, the effort, the attention, to dive in when it was new, when it was just put out, and now all of a sudden you want to go back to it because Fortnite put out Star Wars, and you didn't want to support Fortnite and their Star Wars endeavor. So now you want to go back to Battlefront 2, which, by the way, you said EA is cancerous, they're the devil of gaming. And I mean, it's really sad. And they did the same. The thing is, they did the same thing. This is the Internet Darling crowd. They're romanticizing these games. They did the same thing with Arkham Knight. Arkham Knight came out in 2015. It was a terrible disaster. The game was garbage because it had you in the Batmobile all the time, and they didn't like that. And the PC launch was so disastrous. How could Rocksteady do this? You know, that was the narrative in 2015. Now they romanticize Arkham Knight like it was God's gift to the fucking earth. Like, it's just like, are you guys serious right now? Like, really? Like, they were shilling it over and over and over again. And you know, that's what they do. Oh, the graphics were fantastic. You know, Unreal Engine 3 is utterly fantastic. It's an Unreal Engine game. It's soulless. That I could tell you. Jason is ex-military and a leader. Where are you getting your info from? Well, I'm going to go ahead and check your channel, and we're going to see if you made it within the past few years. You joined 7 years ago. The acid complex is coming through with the 8-month membership. It's what we love to see. The acid complex is coming through with the 8-month membership. And really coming through in a way that makes sense. Oh, Skate 4 is a total disaster. That I could tell you. Skate 4 is a total disaster. That, you know, I mean, I knew that was going to be so bad. Skate 4, it's just so bad. It's so terrible. But, you know, you guys are going to consume that day one. I mean, you guys can't wait for that slop. I mean, can you imagine? I mean, they've been working on Skate 4 for about 5 or 6, 7 years now. I mean, and it's worse than Skate 3. And, you know, you look at the timeline for when those skate games came out, and they didn't take long to make. But that's because you don't have the team on board. You know, when you don't have Kobe Bryant or Shaq on the Los Angeles Lakers, the team's going to suffer. I mean, it's really that simple. And you guys couldn't understand that philosophy. You couldn't understand that mindset when we were talking about Grand Theft Auto 6. When we were talking about Grand Theft Auto 6, I said, well, Leslie Benzies is gone. Now you guys are, you know, you're demonizing Leslie Benzies because he put out a game that you thought was not up to your expectations. And that's really in the eye of the beholder. I had a lot of fun with Mind's Eye. In fact, I bought that game twice just to prove a point. I wanted to support Leslie Benzies and his brand new IP. And, you know, maybe it didn't hit all the marks, but at the end of the day, I think it was much better than the other games that we played. It was much better than Expedition 33. I had so much fun in the build mode, in the PC version of Mind's Eye, and you guys obviously just couldn't understand that. You couldn't really get that. And really, the game's no different than any other game that we played. You know, we played Mind's Eye, and the game is no different than any other game that we played. You go from point A to point B, you eliminate enemies on the screen, and that's the way the cookie crumbles with every game. But all of a sudden, Mind's Eye is a terrible game when you're doing all of these other, you know, the Mafia Old Country is going to be the same thing. You get on your horse or your Ford Model T in Sicily, and you go to the enemy location, you take out the enemies, and you rinse and repeat. Cutscene triggers. It's no different than Mind's Eye, but you guys want to sit there and act like Mind's Eye is some it's just some terrible product because it's not Rockstar. But if Rockstar put their logo on it, you would love it. You would sit there and say it's the best game ever. I mean, that's how hypocritical you guys are. I looked at Mind's Eye and I said, well, I mean, I don't know what's so bad about it. Yeah, it's a little buggy, it's a little underwhelming, but it's okay because that's how every game is these days. I don't know how this is some big exception when in reality it's just. Unbelievable. I mean, it's really sad. They just pick and choose. It's not. They don't hold any standards. These gamers don't. I mean, they're already lining up to buy Cyberpunk too. You know what I mean? You know, Cyberpunk's a great game now, by the way. And I had to take down my Cyberpunk Switch video because I can't recommend that. Initially, I did, but it wasn't for the reasons of the game. It was really because you could play it on the cartridge day one, and if you like physical media, I guess it's a good buy. But the game itself is still terrible, and not only that, but more importantly, the game itself is still broken. I have videos of the Switch 2 version, which you guys won't believe. Oh, that's just the PS4 version of the PS4 version. But if you look, it's a sad situation because the game is still not where it needs to be. All these years, you know, we're talking half a decade, and there's still the Switch 2 version is terrible for Cyberpunk 2077. There's a lot of issues with it, and we had it updated too. It wasn't, so we can't recommend that game. I just can't recommend anyone buying Cyberpunk 2077. It's just a terrible game. I literally would rather play The Witcher 4 at this point and whatever else they put out going forward. Not that will be great, but you know, clearly it's a lost cause. These programmers can't fix it. It's a spaghetti code. I don't know what to tell you. I mean. Mind's Eye is not trash. You're going to get banned, bud. That's not a fact. You don't know what fact means. You're a low IQ inbred loser. I mean, honestly, you're literally a loser. That's not a fact. That's an opinion. You can't say Mind's Eye is objectively bad. I don't care. Skate 4 is terrible, though. Skate 4 is absolute garbage. And that's the new it's going to be just like the new Battlefield. The new Battlefield is going to be terrible as well. The new Battlefield is going to be terrible as well. I don't care if you think Mind's Eye is horrible. Your opinion's irrelevant. Okay, Leslie Benzies made these fantastic games. He helped produce the best Grand Theft Auto games of all time just because his team wasn't up to, if LeBron James is on the Los Angeles Lakers and every other player sucks and they're not on the same caliber, then yeah, you can put the blame on LeBron James and say that the Los Angeles Lakers sucks. But at the end of the day, everyone has to come together, and, maybe the team was inexperienced or they were rushed or, we don't know what really happened, but clearly, I don't think the intent was to put out a terrible game. I don't see that. I think the production values on the cutscenes are really well done. Great cinematography. The acting's really well done. I don't understand what you're talking about. Makes absolutely no sense. And you guys are the same people that showed Assassin's Creed Shadows. You guys love Expedition 30. You guys love all these other games where you just sit around and eliminate enemies on the screen. these shooting gallery games. But Mind's Eye's a problem, by the way. I mean, it's just make it make sense. Mind's Eye is a problem, by the way, but you're literally doing, in Red Dead Redemption 2, you're doing the same. It's the same game. I played both. And in Red Dead Redemption 2, you're doing the same thing. You get on the horse, there's exposition, you go to the shooting gallery scene, and you eliminate enemies that move on the screen. You get back on the horse, more exposition, cutscene. It's the same thing. Every game is the same. So why is Mind's Eye bad? Because you weren't interested in it? Okay, well, you can have that perspective, and that's fair, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad game because your graphics card from 2016 doesn't run the game properly, right? Like, you need to go get a job. So, I mean, really, honestly, that's what it boils down to with these losers. It's a sad situation. No cars in the Switch 2 version. Dead Empty City. Next Battlefield. Only likes games people hate. Total contrarian. That's not true. I'm not a total contrarian. I'm not a total contrarian. How am I a total contrarian? You guys love to just make statements without anything behind them. How am I a total contrarian? What do I gain by being a contrarian? You act like we're getting thousands of views. If we were getting thousands of views from doing that, then it would make sense to play contrarian, but we're not getting thousands of views. How am I being a contrarian? I'm showing you the game. We're not just talking. I'm showing you the game. I'm showing you the faults of these games, and you guys are not interested in listening. You're not interested in hearing it. I put Cyberpunk Day 1 version up against Mind's Eye Day 1 version, and it's clear that Cyberpunk is way worse, but you guys didn't want to listen to those videos because you didn't even understand what I was showing you. Makes absolutely no sense. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense. There's a lot of bots in here today. Where's this robot in here? There's a lot of bots in here today. Here's what I'm going to prove. I'm going to prove you're a robot. I went to your look at this right here. Went to your channel activity. This is the only stream that you chatted in. Never chatted before in a stream, right? Joined 14 years ago on YouTube. Okay, so you're coming in with, you got 4 subscribers, by the way, and that's already a red flag. So 14 years ago, first time coming in here, by the way. Yet you spell my name in that way, so you have some channel lore. Yet you've never, I mean, just make it make sense. Just make it make sense, homie. Get you up out of here. Cool friends coming through yet again. 3-time Tony Hawk combo. Look at this right here.
Stream Elements is killing your chat.
That's okay. We have to have it turned on. You're going to have to deal with it. You're going to have to deal with it. We have to have it turned on, otherwise people abuse the chat. I hope you understand. You either want people to spam the chat endlessly, or you want Stream Elements to overly react. Okay, there's no middle ground there. So we have to either have the robot turned on because of mental illness, or you want people to just spam the chat, and then people have to get it up out of here and stuff like that. We can fine tune the robot, but for now I think it's doing what it needs to do. And like I said, it has to be turned on because of the people that watch this show. So Cool Fred nonetheless is coming through with a 3-time Tony Hawk combo. I think it's doing fantastic. No, you guys are wrong. I have to have the robot on, and if you watch this stream consistently, you'll know why. And I don't know if you can't figure that out. I'm not going to elaborate on it, but we have mentally unwell people that like to abuse YouTube's chat system here, and they know how to do it. So I have to have the robot turned on, and it's like the class clown. You want to listen in class, you want to get the lecture from the professor, that the class clown wants to make some noise. Get the class clown up out of here, right? Okay, well, it disrupts everyone else in the process, and it's unfortunate, but that's just the way it is. So we have to have the robot turned on. I'm not going to explain it further, but I think it should be pretty obvious on why that robot is turned on, because we have people that like to abuse the YouTube channel, the YouTube chat here. And there's not many solutions, but this one is. And like I said, it's timing anyone out. So if you're a mod, it'll probably time you out too. I don't know. But we had to turn it on the strict mode so that we can have a civil conversation in here about the world of video games. It's not really that hard to figure out. You can disagree with it, but I don't know what to tell you. Okay. We're going to get you up out of here as well. You see, sometimes I look at the chat and it's timing out the wrong people, which is unfortunate. It should be timing out these losers in here. There's 2 losers in here right now that just got timed out. In fact, I'm going to go time this guy out that I was just talking about. Let's go time this guy out right now. Okay, let's get this guy up out of here. First stream that he's ever watched, by the way. That's chatted him, by the way, and he's got Lord of the Show, by the way. Make it make sense. Yeah, they're absolutely robots. They're coming in with these legacy accounts but they can't spam because we have it on where they can't spam. So they're coming in with these accounts that were made 15 years ago, throwaway accounts. It's just a sad situation. That I can tell you. It's a sad situation, but what more can you do when you don't have a system? You know, YouTube needs to overhaul they need to do a lot, but they're not going to do a lot. So. Okay. If you're gonna type my name like that, we're just gonna get you up out of here. I'm not answering your question. Okay. You're not listening to the broadcast. I said there's 3 games that we're gonna be probably covering in August. I said we're gonna be covering Mafia 4. We're gonna be covering Madden 26. We're gonna be covering Silent Hill 3. Potentially those games. Those are the games that we're covering. It's not a hard thing to understand, folks. Now, we have Donkey Kong coming out later this month on the Switch 2, and since we have a Switch 2, we might be jumping into that. But I'll tell you what, the Switch 2 has been turned off for about a week or so. We have had the Switch 2 turned off. There's no reason to turn it on. There's no software for the console. And I do believe that the Wii U situation has arrived for the Switch 2. As a Switch 2 owner, I can tell you that, I mean, it's really... unbelievable, that I could tell you, and not in a good way. It didn't need to exist. It's a redundant console. Nintendo ran out of ideas, and they're just hoping that they can carry the console on the brand name alone. And I don't see people rushing out to buy this game. Now, of course, in a few years that could change, but right now there's no reason. Why would you buy this holiday other than having it and everyone else has it and being a part of it? I mean, there's no software to buy the thing, right? You got Donkey Kong, you got Mario, and those are the only 2 big games right now for the Switch 2, and they're expensive, and you know, it's just a console without games. I mean, it's just a problem. It's not really about the game keycard stuff. It's not about the DRM. It's not about the breaking. None of that matters. The soccer moms don't care about that. Okay, the soccer moms, little Johnny wants the Switch 2. The soccer mom's going to go into the store. They're going to, she's going to see the price, and then she's going to be confused because the whole packaging is confusing looking. If you really don't know what you're looking for, you're not going to understand it. And then, there's not going to be any games to play on it. I mean, it's a sad situation. It really is. At least with the Switch 1, they had Wii U games to port over, and now it seems like they're just going to port Switch 1 games over and just remaster those. So it's just a never-ending cycle of remastering things. Yeah, they needed the Donkey Kong game at launch. They certainly did. They needed the Donkey Kong game at launch. I don't know what there is to get. We're going to get Final Boss up out of here. There was someone that we wanted to ban before the broadcast began. I think we got that guy up out of here, too. Doing some name dropping as if their importance is really... Can you imagine coming into this stream and name dropping people that aren't even here? First of all, I think it shows a lot of low class from you, because those people aren't even here to speak, right? Even if you're talking about them positively, it's like you got taught this in kindergarten, right? You don't talk about people unless, I mean, it doesn't make any sense. But I mean, can you imagine just coming in here and you know what I mean? Like, it just doesn't make any sense. Why are they raising the prices? It's not about the price. The price isn't the price isn't a concern, right? People are going to pay, right? It's not a concern. People are going to pay as long as it's quality. The problem is that, you're getting 2 games for the Switch 2, and there's nothing really in between, right? We're looking at Donkey Kong. We're looking at Super Mario Kart World. We've already played Mario Kart World. There's no reason to play it again. Cool, fun party game, but that's about it. That's where it stands. That's where it's always stood. And they'll update that for the next 5, 10, 15 years or whatever. But, and I'm not saying it's a bad game, but you also have to look at, you have to look at, Donkey Kong. How much fun is that going to be where you just destroy the whole level? I mean, that might be fun for about 5, 10, 15 minutes, maybe an hour at max. But I mean, I just don't see the rush to go out and buy the Switch 2. I think the Switch 2, once the initial honeymoon phase dissipates and the internet darling crowd stops talking about it, which they've already kind of, it's already a forgotten console, this is going to be worse than the Wii U, because at least the Wii U had an excuse. It was a tablet. It was an all-new gaming console, And people were confused about the Wii U. They thought the Wii U was an extension of the Switch 1, and it's a sad situation. And if they got those confused, then how are they going to understand the Switch 1 versus Switch 2? They're not going to understand that. I have the Switch 2, and if you walk into the store, they put everything so close together. You have to look for that 2 logo, and it's pretty small on the game case. Really, honestly, you really just they should have picked a different color. They should have picked a different color for the Switch 2. I think they should have picked a different color, because everything's red. It just blends in together. It's crazy. The Switch 2 is a total failure. It really is. I mean, you can argue and say it's a success now, but I'm talking in the long term. We have yet to see if it's going to be a massive success long term. You can say short term, and you could say it's the fastest selling console. I couldn't care less. That's great for Nintendo, but the long term longevity of it is really going to be a big one. So within the next couple of years, if it's still sold out, then I guess Nintendo did their job and they found their audience. But I just don't see there being a reason to buy that thing. I just don't understand. Who wants to play Cyberpunk again? I don't need to play that again. It was cool for the first 30 minutes of playing it on the console, and then you realize that the game is terrible, and then you don't want to play more. I'm not doing the Trump hand motion on purpose, but we're glad. I'm going to tell you what, St. Michael, you've been getting timed out by the robot pretty hard here today, and you're still coming back. So we're glad that the robot is working, because you're flapping gums. I'm glad you're offended by the Trump impression, too, because it's not a Trump impression. I thought you guys said this was a reality show. Michael's a piece of shit human being and all this other stuff, and now you're saying I'm putting on an act. Pick a fucking side. I mean, honestly, it's just like, make your fucking mind up. God damn, you guys are so dumb. Like, oh yeah, your Trump impression. Like, yeah, I'm glad you woke libtards are offended by that. I'm just so glad. I'm really so glad that little thing gets you going. Trump impression, by the way. It's funny because there's comments that say I sound nothing like Trump. So why don't you go tell that to them? Stupid idiots. You guys cannot discuss Grand Theft Auto 6. I mean, it's just like last year. You guys couldn't discuss Grand Theft Auto 6. You had nothing to say. Oh, we're waiting for trailer 2. Now we're waiting for trailer 3. And we're back to square one. We're back to square one. Okay. Bully 2. We're going to get you timed out. Bully 2. We're going to get you timed out. Anyone that brings up Manhunt in here or Bully 2, you are timed out. It's just, in fact, I'm going to start banning. If you mention Manhunt or Bully 2, we're done. Okay? That shows low IQ, and you don't understand. So maybe you need to get a job so you can come back up in here and start supporting the broadcast. Because right now you're not saying anything worthwhile. There is no Bully 2. There is no Manhunt. It's over. Stop bringing up the games that they made 20 years ago. No one cares. You weren't even around to play them. What do you think about Microsoft laying off 9,000 people? I couldn't care less. AI's taking over. AI's taking over. You're going to see more of that. The whole industry's changing. This is why I said Grand Theft Auto 6 is the last game that is representing the old era of gaming and bringing in a new era of gaming. There's going to be way more layoffs. No one's buying video games. No one's buying video games anymore. There's nothing to play. They don't make games anymore. It takes 15 years to put out one game, and that's usually a single-player game that has no life shelf. people are playing Call of Duty and Fortnite and FIFA and Madden and stuff like that. But those are the games that keep this industry alive. So you can hate them all you want, but if Counter-Strike were the only game left, no one would be playing that. If you put Counter-Strike on console, you're going to talk about maybe 500 players at max. Nobody's playing Counter-Strike. It's strictly a PC thing. I don't know why, but it's a PC thing, and it's just like, what is the deal with Counter-Strike? I don't understand. There must be something with the game that I'm not understanding, because the gameplay isn't the reason to come back to it. It must be the community or the friends or something that you make along the way. I don't know what's going on with that game, but I could never play that game. I don't. 9,000 people for a $1 trillion corporation isn't really a big deal. Yeah, well, it must pay money to get people to play it, because I don't know how they're getting people to play that game. Because certainly the gameplay or the graphics are not the appeal, so I'm not really sure with the Counter-Strike situation. It has good mechanics. Yeah, for a game that came out in 1999, it has good mechanics, but anything outside of that, there's no good mechanics there. Okay, we are seemingly not going to hit the light goal here today. Yeah, but Metroid Prime is coming to the Switch 1, so there's no reason to buy the Switch 2. So Metroid Prime is coming to the Switch 1. A single player is no, I wouldn't make a single player game. If I were making a single player game, we would have something coming out after the fact to essentially re-advertise it. You can't put out a single-player game and then, like that, the Dead Space remake, for example, the fact that game got even made 5 years ago makes no sense to me. Or whenever it came out 4 years ago. 3 years, whenever that game came out, I think 2021, 2022, something like that. 2023, whatever it was. But the Dead Space remake is a prime example of how in the hell did this get made. I mean, how did EA make money off that game? Well, they didn't. Last I heard that the Dead Space remake didn't hit expectations, so... The Dead Space remake didn't hit expectations, and it's really a sad situation. What is this? I don't know. Why don't you go ask Luke Steffens what he does? I don't understand why you come in here. It's got to be low hanging bait. You see someone, and it's like, maybe it's the eyeballs that throws you off. Something throws you off. Maybe it's because we're outside. And that doesn't correlate with gaming, because gamers are incels and they sit in their basement all day and live off welfare. But it's just like, how is this different than anyone else? It's not well, it is, but it's better. But at the same time, how can you not get this? I don't understand. Yet you'll go watch the guy that sits in front of his SM7B all day. How is that interesting? It's a loser in his basement. I don't care what he has to say. St. Michael, you're going to get banned. I'm done. I don't give a shit. Fuck off. God, these mods got to get these incels up out of here. The fucking robot ain't going to do all that work. Like, if you can see an incel, just get him up out of here. Not hard to tell. We're going to get you up out of here, too. Okay, this is where you guys are wearing down. I'm not wearing down. We can go until the battery dies, okay? I'm 2 hours in. We're just getting warmed up. But you guys going to have to show that you can hang with World Class for however long. Well, actually, it's starting to lag, so we'll probably have to wrap this up, because you guys are not communicating here, and we're not hitting the light goals. So might be time to wrap this up here. Support's dried up. I've been live for 2 hours. Where's the 2 hours support? Jeez. Got nothing to say. The chat's not on slow mode, by the way. Well, I'm getting timed out by the robot. That's an excuse. Well, we have to have the robot in place, If you can't figure that out, then I don't know what to tell you. You think I want to have the robot on? No, I want this chat to be free. Just like it was in 2020. But you got bad actors in here, so. Can't blame me. Got to blame the people that found the show. I didn't choose these viewers. I don't care if the content, if the content, doesn't matter. We're going to get you up out of here. Oblivion Remake 1, it didn't win anything but a timeout for you. So we'll get you up out of here. Imagine shilling that soulless garbage. Like, you guys are so dumb. I swear, it's just like, are you guys really that low IQ, or is it just like terrible bait? It must be terrible bait. Yeah, I think the robot isn't working anymore. I think someone hacked the robot here. Did one of my mods ban the robot here? Yeah, you got that guy timed out here. I don't know what's so funny. Laugh out loud, by the way. I'd rather fall asleep in here. You guys can't hold the discussion. Oh, I thought you were done going live. Yeah, we haven't been live in 2 weeks. So the answer to your question is yes. And we'll get you that timeout as well for being a low IQ loser. I thought you were done going live. I thought you were done going live. No, we're going to keep going live just to make you mad. How about that? Not that we really want to go live, but because it pisses you off so bad, that's an incentive right there. So thanks indirectly for that motivation to go live further. Just because it makes you mad. That's amazing. Okay, let's get you up out of here. Why is the chat not moving? Not going to sit here. I've been out here for 2 hours. I've done my work. I've put in the show, right? I gave you 2 hours of me communicating, and now you guys do not have anything to say. You're going to have to figure it out. But when Moist Critical goes live, Luke Steffens, MBG, all these other guys, you go, oh, you get in that chat, and you go, yeah, no problem. You got no problem communicating with them. The game is dead, and you guys have nothing to say. You're just proving my point. I'm right. You're wrong. Okay. Are you guys mad with the AI image that we just used? Because that's what, that's what, they can't handle it. So GTA 6 is dead. You're proving my point that it's dead because you're not saying anything about the game. So I'm right. I've won. GTA 6 is dead. Right here's the raw data. And you're proving my point by not talking about it. It's over. Rockstar has fumbled the football before they even got to the goddamn football game. They couldn't even handle it in practice. How are they going to throw the football when it's time for game time? Well, the answer is right now it's not looking too great. That I can tell you. It's not looking too great as Grand Theft Auto 6 is dead because less people are typing it in on Google. Google's the #1 search engine, homie. It ain't Ask Jeeves. So you guys lost. World Class is right yet again, and I know it's a hard pill for you losers to swallow, but it's the reality of the situation. Okay, I'm going to get you up out of here, so. Okay, these guys are getting long timeouts because 5 minutes isn't enough, so we're going to get you that one. We're going to get you this one. Tired of seeing your name in this chat. What is the best game we played this year? Maybe you come through with a super chat and I'll answer that question. I'm not doing a Q&A. That's a super chat question. AI is carrying the GPU industry. Exactly. And that it was so smart for NVIDIA to make that switch, about 5 or 10 years ago. They made that switch to slowly but surely saying our GPUs are just more than for gamers. And it's just like that. Now they've entered a whole new stratosphere with their GPUs, and the gamers that are playing Counter-Strike or Madden. It's like, who gives a shit? Like, the gaming is dead. NVIDIA saw that, so they transitioned everything to AI. Now they sell to AI. and they develop for AI, and it's just that's where the money's at. It's not in gaming. Gaming is dead. So it's like, well, NVIDIA, the guys that make the GPU, right? NVIDIA, they pulled out of the gaming industry essentially. Go look at their presentation. AI, 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 AI. Very little game talk in there because no one cares. Gaming is dead. NVIDIA proved it. Their whole presentation is about AI and CUDA cores and tensor cores, and that's the neural networks and all this stuff. And it's just like, where's the gaming performance? Where's the big screen with the gaming performance? This is what it's going to do for you. Well, that might be there, but it might be there for only about 5 seconds. We're moving on to the next topic. So, they made a very smart strategy. They made a very smart move, and it paid off very well because gaming is. Look at this right here. Oh my! Look at this right here. He's coming through, and he's coming through in a way that makes sense.
Cool Friend has just tipped $9.99 through Super Chat.
Oh, man.
Yes, of course GTA 6 is dead. They aren't offering any innovation. Who wants to sit still and nod off to sleep in front of a screen and play another third-person slot game for 30 hours? Could never be me.
Could never be Cool Friend. He's got his thinking cap on. It brings nothing new to the table, and that's why the discussion has stalled on Grand Theft Auto 6. It is a sad situation. If I were in charge over at Rockstar Games, Trailer 2 would have had people talking. Trailer 2 would have started out in Liberty City, and it would have had the internet going crazy. What is this game? We got more in store for you. Now, that could be up Rockstar's sleeve. They could have Liberty City, a section of Liberty City in the game. We don't know, obviously, but they have done nothing to show us that there's a reason to be excited for this game. And as such, it seemingly brings nothing new to the table based off of what we've seen. It's another GTA game, better graphics, more realistic everything, but at the same time, what is new? And, we have yet to see that. And I'm not saying there's not anything new in the game, but right now, based off of the advertisements, it's a sad situation for a 12-year wait. It really is. It's a sad situation. But these people love it. They want to consume. And that's the sad part, is that gamers didn't used to be consumers. I mean, but they've turned into consumers. These gamers are just consumers these days. They just can't handle it, and it's really the downside to gaming in 2025 and beyond. They're just consumers. They want to buy and they want to talk about the latest and greatest product, but they can't be bothered to get into gamer mode, and it is so sad. So we got Cool Friend, I believe, with the highest Tony Hawk combo of the broadcast. It is what we love to see coming through so tremendously strong. And certainly in a way that makes sense, as GTA 6 is dead. And some people just can't handle that. Whew. It's a dead channel, yet you're commenting on it, so that's pretty ironic. Joined 5 years ago. Yeah, you guys are robots. I wonder how they're doing this. You just can't spam it now. So, Lewis was saying, and other people were saying that they don't like the robot turned on, but this is why we have the robot turned on. We have a bot problem in here. People are buying bots, and they're using old accounts to come in here and say the same narrative, which wouldn't make any sense if they were actual users, but they're coming in here and they're saying the same garbage. So it's fake is really what it is. Dead channel, yet you're commenting, so clearly we won. You're not understanding. You never will. If we had a dead channel, you wouldn't be in here. We wouldn't have 231 viewers. We just got $10. You didn't. We have a dead channel, but it's still support. Support's still very strong. I don't know what to tell you. Well, the robot got that one real quick. Dude, the robot stepped in and made that 5D play. Holy shit. I just looked at the chat. Someone wrote a whole motherfucking mountain. A whole paragraph, and the robot got it out of here quick. I couldn't even read it. That was fantastic. Imagine writing a paragraph in here. Like, what were you doing in high school? Were you writing in writing class? You weren't doing that in literature class. But now you want to do it on the internet because, It's insane. Yeah, but the robot just bans people that type too long of a message, not the actual incel trash. I disagree. We have to. There's paragraph Andes in here. We have to take. Why are you guys mad that we're trying to help the chat here? Because the mods they're not always available, and if we don't have any mods in here, they take advantage. We have to have the robot on all the time. Now we can fine tune the robot, but we have to have the paragraph Andy thing on. We have to have the spamming Andy thing on, the incel Andy thing on. So we have to have everything turned on. Everyone gets timed out a little bit, and that's okay. It's not what I'm doing. It's an automatic process. So if you're taking it personal, I don't know what to tell you. You guys should be saying, you know what, I like that robot, even though I got timed out because it's helping better police the chat. And that's what should be said right now, but you guys are still being weird. You want these incels to take over and just start spamming this. Oh, Input Funny showed up. That's what we're talking about. Input Funny has showed up. He's an actual game developer. And he's coming through here. Yeah, the robot can be annoying, but we have to have it in place. I think you understand why if you've been watching, and you guys have been watching consistently. You're always here, so you should know exactly what I'm talking about, but I'm not going to bring it up. But, yeah, we have a problem in here. It's exclusive to this show and exclusive to this whole thing we're doing, and we have to put in things that make the experience a little bit better, maybe somewhat annoying, but a little bit better at the end of the day. Input Funny in here. I mean, it should be pretty obvious, but maybe you guys don't see what I see. Maybe they have it where they've maybe only it's exclusive to me. I don't know. Maybe that's why you guys aren't getting it. I have no idea. Okay, let's go, guys. One in the chat. I can't sit out here. I have to hide that chat if we want to continue the show. I can't wait for you guys to say something worthwhile because, well, we'll be waiting until GTA 7 before that happens. So. Yeah, we're still waiting. These bugs are biting out here. We're still waiting for Grand Theft Auto 6. And that's coming out in under 1 year from now. So we're under the 1 year category here for Grand Theft Auto 6. And you guys are still going to. That's why I said, well, I don't think we should stream this game day one. I think we should make the power move, and we should play this game offline. And assess it without the distraction of the internet, and because there's not going to be a game like this anytime soon again, right? Even if Red Dead 3 comes out, I mean, we're talking another 15 years. This is it. Like, this is really it. So, and a Rockstar Games game is special, even if it's woke, even if it's not exceeding expectations, even if it's sanitized. I mean, it's a Rockstar Games game. It's kind of an event. When you click on X, when you click on the button to get the game going, you're in for one hell of a ride for the very first time experiencing that. I mean, it's just going to be something special. And it's just like, do we really want to stream that day one? Yeah, we're going to miss out on a hell of a lot of views. But, I mean, it's just like if people are going to say just like the most vague shit in this chat and say it's woke, and it's like, well, we knew that back in 2023. What the fuck? If you can't see the wokeness in this, then I guess you don't see it. But if you guys think Watch Dogs 2 is woke and this game isn't, then, well, see, that's where we disagree. Because there's no woke themes in Watch Dogs 2. I'm not saying there's not cringe elements to it, but they got the hipster stuff in there, and the writing's not that great. But there's no woke themes in Watch Dogs 2. By that logic, this game is woke, and for some reason you can't see the wokeness in this game. But if it were any other game, though, you guys would be complaining. I mean, you guys would be straight up complaining. That I could tell you. Okay, let's get you up out of here. What is with the dog in the back? There's no dog. If I look back, where's the motherfucking dog at, dude? All right, we're going to get you banned. This guy said there was a dog in the background. Let's get him banned. There better not be a fucking dog out here, man. I got to ban these losers for 30 minutes because they come back up in here. They love getting timed out. I think it's a fetish. Guys, the robot is timing out. You guys, we're going to have to fine-tune the robot here. We're going to have to fine-tune the robot here. It's just a little crazy. But I have to have it turned on. It's either we get spam messages where it doesn't stop, or you get robot timeouts. Which do you prefer? A robot doesn't have feelings. Games and movies have always been woke. The only difference between them now is subtlety died. Yeah. I don't know why we're talking about Trump. I don't know why we're talking about Trump. Where's the support? We've been live for 2 hours and 17 minutes. You guys want to yap on these the hell is that sound? Where's the support? We haven't even hit the like goal. Unbelievable. Well, I guess we'll just sit out here. I've done my part. I gave you guys 2 hours, and now you guys just don't want to say anything back. Well, I can't talk about this game because you guys have made it. You can't come in here with a discussion on this game. They should cancel this game. I think all the hype is manufactured. I think all the hype is manufactured. I think all the hype is manufactured because we can't have a discussion about this game, yet we're going to spend money on this game. So you're telling me you can't talk about this game, yet you're willing to give them your money. $80, $100. I mean, it's just like, are you so you just want to sit there and play the shut up and take my money game? Unbelievable. So you're willing to spend $100 on this game, but right now you don't want to talk about it. That's crazy to me. That's crazy to me. Well, gaming is dead. That's why NVIDIA doesn't focus on gaming anymore. The #1 GPU maker. That company used to be about video games. Like there wasn't any use for a GPU back in the day. None of these applications utilized them. It was to fucking play video games on them. That's what it was. And the whole company has transitioned. It's all AI. It's no gaming anymore. And you guys are complaining about fake frames, and it's like, well, none of that's changing. Like, you can get on your little forum and talk shit, but it's like, you really think fucking NVIDIA is going to change the whole landscape of the company just because you're mad about AI frames? Like, get out of here, dude. Just move on and find a new hobby because it's over. Like, Jesus. Why does this suck up so much RAM? Yeah, it's let's get this guy back up out of here. This guy came back up in here after 5 minutes. These guys need a 30-minute timeout because obviously 10 minutes wasn't enough. Well, when you really figure out what video games are, and I'm not going to get philosophical in here, but it's a sad situation. When you guys get 35 or something like that, you'll figure out what video games are. I'm not going to discuss it in here because you guys disagree and get all weird. So I'm not going to discuss it in here. But it's just basically I'm not even going to discuss it. Okay, we're gonna start. There's no dog out here. We're gonna start banning, dude. Get the fuck up out of here. UFC for clips, by the way. You fucking lose it. UFC for clips, by the way. No profile picture. You're fucking incel. Channel activity 8 years ago. 2 subscribers. Never chatted before. Guess what? They got the bots running. Go to channel. No content. It's the same old narrative. Oh, there is content. What the fuck? Hold on here. Jake Paul fanboy, by the way. Jake Paul fanboy, by what the fuck is this? Jake Paul versus Conor McGregor. There's actually content on this channel. Well, that's more than most. Oh, there's actually UFC content on here for the game. Oh, that's interesting. Didn't think there was. I thought that was a throwaway account. Yeah, input funny. I think they should change it to 35. I think this, 25 might not be. 25 is still. I think 35. I think 35 and up for mature games. Yeah, I think 35 and up for mature games. Video games are simply a waste of time. You sit perfectly and stare at a screen. Well, the thing is with video games is it requires more from the end user. Right? You have to interact with something, and it's like, what are you getting back from it? Like a movie, you can sit there and watch. It's a passive form of entertainment. But a video game, you have to put a lot of energy into it, and it's not. It's not. I mean, I guess it can be rewarding if you're in that mindset, but like me defeating a big boss in a video game is not. Now, if the console rewarded me and said, "Here you go, here's your reward," and it had a, I mean, we can't discuss it here though. Okay. Okay, we're gonna get you up out of here too. No, Resident Evil 9 looks pretty bad. When they first showed it off, I thought Resident Evil 9 was interesting because it looked like it was new. And then they put out, they did their little media preview, and then they put out some new screenshots, and I think there's a little bit of gameplay, but they put out some new screenshots, and I saw a screenshot of the interior of the asylum or wherever you're at in the game. And bro, it's like the same thing. It's like this. It's like we're doing the same thing over and over and over again. It's like how many times are we gonna make an interior where there's a big staircase at the end of the interior leading up to the door? Like I'm not interested. I mean, if the game is good and it's got like this witch spider monster, like come on, bro, can we like reinvent the freaking wheel here for Resident Evil 9? Like they had an opportunity to do something really special, and it looks like the same rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat. Well, once I saw, and not only that, but it's just like here we go again with like this is supposed to be like an abandoned asylum, I believe, right? And it has all this like weird Resident Evil tropes to it. So like this is fucking like this marble white horse in the middle of the fucking room. Like it's just so cringe. Like please get over. That's the thing. It's just like why is everything Resident Evil? I don't want to play a Resident Evil game. I want to play a new game under the guise of Resident Evil. That's what I want to play. And they don't do that anymore. Our best shot was the beginning of Resident Evil 7, and then once you get to the third Jack Baker boss fight, it's time to turn the game off. Turns into a terrible game because you have to see the eyeballs, and you have to eliminate the eyeballs to defeat the boss. I'm turning it off. Turn into a Resident Evil game. I don't. If I wanted to play Resident Evil, I'd play the old games. I want to play a new iteration of Resident Evil, a new interpretation of Resident Evil, not the same old gameplay loop. Okay, RE9. Let me show you. Let me see if we can find this screenshot here of the interior. RE9. Actually, this could be it here. Hello. Yeah, right here. This isn't the best screenshot, but oh, this game looks terrible. I can't find it, but. Hello? It's awfully quiet here. 226 viewers, no one's chatting. Okay, actually, this is crazy here. No, actually, I just found it, and someone actually made a comparison. This is perfect. Hold on here. What is it? Window Shift S. I can't see the screen. I can't see the screen. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna pull this up for you guys. This is the problem with Resident Evil 9. Where did this picture go? They bury it in the folder here. Unbelievable. We're looking for quick access here. Okay. Right here. This is the problem with Resident Evil 9. At the top, you have Resident Evil 7. You have Resident Evil Village. And then you have at the bottom Resident Evil 9. It's the same game. Like, you know what I mean? Same rinse and repeat formula. The staircase makes a return. You know, it's just like this is the problem that I'm having with this game. That you show me the first teaser trailer, and it's like, wow, you know, I thought this was fucking Max Payne or some shit, and now it's just the same old thing. You know, there's a monster chasing you in a corridor, and you got to solve the puzzle, and ugh. You know, if you did something new with it and brought zombies back, you know, bring zombies back to make it Resident Evil, you know, it's just so hard for Capcom to do that they have to throw in these stupid enemies that are literally out of a fucking fairy tale book. And it's just like, it's garbage. Horrible. Bring the zombies back and make it good. It's not hard. Bring Resident Evil back to the roots and quit with this weird bullshit of trying to be like, they don't even know what they're doing. Like, they can't even pick a direction. Like, well, you can play in first person or you can experience the survival horror in third person. The choice is yours. No, the choice isn't mine. I want the developer to make a fucking bold move and say, this is how the player's going to play the game. That's woke. When you're making a game and you have no vision or direction or no confidence to say, we're putting our foot down, this is how we're making our game, you either like it or you don't, that to me is fantastic. But when you give player options, cringe. Because now you have no game direction. Now you have no game direction. Zombies are making a return. Well, we have yet to see them. And, you know, it depends on how they do the zombies. But as soon as I see a monster with 8 tentacle legs and it looks like a fucking squid, I'm turning it off. I mean, we'll cover it, and this comes out before Grand Theft Auto 6. It comes out, I think, early next year. January or February, I can't remember. There could be a demo, too. Usually they like to throw demos out for this slop. The customer is not always right. Exactly. They need to have a stance on this, and they need to pick what they want to do. Why are we giving the player an option on... we don't... Just pick... Like Resident Evil 7, you didn't have third-person mode in it. Like the developer said, we want you to experience this in first person. And then all of these other games, they throw out these updates, and now you can just change it on the fly, and it's like, well, it's cringe. Yeah, February of 2026. You know, I'm just so glad that robot timed you out. How is accessibility woke? It is. That's the definition of woke. Why do you have to cater and pander to people that we didn't do this back in the day? That's the problem with gaming. You have to cater and pander to everyone now. You can't offend anyone. You have to have the list of accessibility options for the entire. No. Put out a game. If you can't consume it, then well, it is what it is. That's life. It's just like why are we sacrificing all of these resources and time and man hours and for all this pointless garbage because, well, now we have all these accessibility options. No, we don't need accessibility options. We didn't need them back in 1985. Why do we need them now? Now our game has to have colorblind mode. Now our game has to have all this other stuff, and it's just like, dude. Okay, well, your favorite games that came out in the PS2 era didn't have any of that stuff, so I guess those are all demonic games, aren't they? You guys are so woke. We love it. That robot is working real hard. I just saw a paragraph in here. I had no idea what it said because the robot's working really hard. Love it. I had no idea. I didn't do anything. The robot's taking care of business in here. I just switched back and I saw a big paragraph and then it disappeared quickly because the robot's working really hard and making sure that, the paragraph Andes aren't getting their message across. It's probably them Witcher fanboys. The the Resident Evil fanboys are pretty toxic. In fact, that's where we bumped into the first toxicness. The Resident Evil fanboys. We had a unique opinion on the remakes, and they couldn't handle that. All I said was the basketball court in Resident Evil 2 is soulless because it's not dirty, and the outbreak just happened, and there's no sign of there being an outbreak. It's like Mr. Clean just went through the court and fucking cleaned it up, and then them losers were fucking defending it and saying, "Oh, the remake's a masterpiece. You're an idiot." Blah 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 blah, and it's a terrible shame. It really is, and they destroyed. Resident Evil 4 remake. Yeah, they destroyed that, but. They destroyed every other game, too. Resident Evil 2 remake is terrible. It's really abysmal. I mean, there's just so much missing in that game. The content, the rush scenarios, the soulless nature. Leon's is sailing. He's cursing like a sailor. I mean, first day on the job, by the way, and he's like, what the, what the fucking zombie? It's so cringe. And the amount of no crows, no spiders, no moths, that didn't matter though, did it? And then Resident Evil 3 comes out, and then the normies flip their little script and they're like, "Oh yeah, this is trash." It's not like the original game. Which, by the way, you guys didn't even play the original game. And then, so it was okay to that. That was the one game where the normies they went on the little Reddit and they went on their little general consensus forum and they got Georgie coming through here. But Resident Evil 3 remake, it was okay to talk smack about that game. You weren't going to get flack, although I would if I said Resident Evil 3 remake. But they're all trash. Resident Evil 4 remake is trash. Resident Evil 3 remake is trash. Resident Evil 2 remake is trash. And it's like, well, I'd rather play whatever the hell this soulless slop is, this asylum slop. And then you're going through Raccoon City abandoned because the thing went off. So Georgie's in here. He's coming through. Oh, the acid complex is getting mad? What is going on here? The problem, yeah. Yeah, the Resident Evil 2 remake is terrible, but I've already tried to explain the problems with the game, and people are mad. I mean, I went outside of the Raccoon Police Department. I'm not glitching the game. I'm just showing you the reality, and it's like anytime you find something that's a little bit off the beaten path and you try and experiment a little bit, just God forbid you pick that controller up and play it how you want, right? That's just not allowed. You got to play it like everyone else, like Asmongold and all these other normies. And then I don't even know if he's played the game, but it's just like, what I'm saying. It's just you got to play it like the it's just a sad situation. But you go into the you go outside of the Raccoon Police Department in Resident Evil 2 remake, and there's a few zombies out, and they're invincible zombies, and it's just a lack of detail. It's a really sad situation, and they got mad about that when I showed that. They got mad about that. I even got I mean it's unbelievable. They got hot about that, and it's just like did you work with Capcom to make that game? Like, I don't understand. Maybe the woke people are actually the good guys. They buy these bots to convince these publishers the wrong audience are buying their games. It's these lower sales and crash the industry. I don't know what you're talking. That's a lot. I don't know what you're talking. What are your thoughts on the Dead Rising franchise? Go watch the Chromecap video from last year. I was... Dude, And the thing is, it's like, I don't know if there was pushback on that because the Dead Rising fans, there's not many of them left, so they don't really care. But whenever I came on here and me and Akira, we talked about it and we said the Dead Rising remake was trash. They got hot about it in here. Anytime I see a game is bad, they just, for some reason, they turn it into a, oh, Michael said it, so it does. Okay, so I'll make an anonymous channel and I'll have an AI voiceover and I'll be sharing unpopular opinions about video games, and we're going to see if we're going to see where you really stand on this, because once I take myself out of the equation, we're going to show you the reality of these games, and well, I don't know what to tell you, but the Dead Rising's it's the only good Dead Rising game is the first Dead Rising game, not the remake, not the remaster, not the Wii version, the first one on Xbox 360. That's the only good version of Dead Rising. And that's the only good Dead Rising game. Other than that, they were just a bunch of weird spin-offs and sequels that were unnecessary and all this other garbage. But the remake is total garbage. The remake is horrible. It's probably one of the worst Dead Rising games you could play. Soulless garbage. You could just look at the Cropcat video, and people were mad about it. I think they were getting mad about it. And they just love shilling what's new and shiny. And it's like, how do you have less zombies on the screen, right? It's soulless slop. The original game has more zombies, mind you, 512 megabytes of RAM. The new console's 16 gigabytes of RAM, right? 16 gigabytes of RAM versus 512 megabytes of RAM. We don't even have reflections in our game. We don't even have any. I mean, how can you fail it? Look at this right here. Georgie is coming through. This is what we love to see.
Georgie Cifuentes super chatted $5. Hello, Michael.
That's what we're talking about. Georgie's in the building. Hello, cheers, mate. We're going to go see Oasis. Georgie is in the building, and he's coming through in a way that makes sense. With the $5 super chat. Just watch Cropcat's channel. That's what I'm telling you to do. And you'll have an epiphany. And it's just like, let's not worry about what the comments say. Let's not worry about what the thumbs up and thumbs down is. Just fucking watch the fucking video. Full screen the video. Divert your attention to the Cropcat video. And motherfucking ass, you're going to be blown away. Because it shows, it shows everything without saying a fucking word. And it's like, how are you guys not, like, when I watch one of his videos, well, I am fucking perplexed on how you guys are looking at this, and you're just, oh, yeah. That's modern gaming, by the way. No. This is a total disaster. And can you imagine if Chromecast has to come back and make a GTA 6 video? Then it's over. Shut it all down. And I would suspect that could be the case. I think Rockstar is going to really disappoint with this game. I'm ready to make the Watch Dogs 2 comparison. I think and I just played Watch Dogs 2 the other day, and I just walked around and there's something about that game. I don't know. There's something about the believability where they have the NPCs placed and really their animation sequences. I mean, it's really believable. I mean, I could sell that game to you right now. I really could. And it's a shame that even Red Dead 2 doesn't even come close. You walk around Red Dead Redemption 2, and it just feels like you're walking around robots. I mean, androids. Androids are made to look like humans, right? And it's just like you're not seeing the human element when you walk around Watch Dogs 2. You're seeing human elements. They wanted to make the NPCs. They sneeze. They fart. They have animation sequences that are very believable. They're motion captured. Now, they don't have schedules or daily activities, but they got a lot going on. They got a reaction system. I mean, it's fantastic. And it's a shame that they didn't take it further. Legion was a massive, it was a total disaster. Unique elements on paper, but overall, first of all, you got the game in London, and it's just a depressing game to play. I mean, it really is a depressing game. That's why no one bought it. No one wants to play a game in London. That's insanity. It's just a depressing game. It's got this weird cyberpunk futuristic garbage going. It's just like terrible. It's like, dude, I'm in San Francisco. It's sunny. We got the vibes of Southern California, and then you go to dark, doomy, cloudy London and futurist. Ugh. But Yeah, GTA 6 isn't even going to come. It's not going to come to the believability. And Watch Dogs 2 has no censorship, by the way, especially if you have the disc version. That there's an error in the disc version of Watch Dogs 2 where there's, they did patch that. But overall, the interiors aren't censored in Grand Theft Auto 6. I mean, in Watch Dogs 2, they will be censored in Grand Theft Auto 6. So, but you're okay with that because you're okay with the Wild West game having censorship, and it's just like the first game didn't have censorship. It just didn't have censorship. I mean, technically the second game, in the story anyway. But Red Dead Redemption 2010, that game doesn't have censorship. You can go into the buildings and the gameplay doesn't change, and now all of a sudden we're putting restrictions on what the player. It doesn't make any sense. Like, what are we building here? I don't understand. It's like they're more focused on like this cinematic shit where it's like they're slowing the player down because our animations are cool looking and we want you to experience them, because if you run around like a crazy man, the game doesn't look that good. Serious, it's like egotistical devs that I put 500 hours in this animation sequence here. I want the player to look at that and enjoy it. How are we going to do that? Let's slow the player down, so that way they have to look at it. I mean, I'm starting to think that's why they're made like that. The Xbox 360, I think you could use more than 512 megabytes of RAM. I don't know what you're talking about. Silent Hill. Well, they're remaking Silent Hill 1 now. They've announced that, so that'll be out in the next 5 or so years probably. Shouldn't take too long to do an asset flip on that. They already got the fog built in, and shouldn't take too long. Midnight Club said in Germany. Okay, we have officially hit the goal, and what we're going to do is we're going to open up the lines. Oh, yeah. Now, when we open up the lines, we need you to get with the program. So, with that said, as Georgie comes through here, look at this right here.
Georgie Cifuentes super chatted $5. Why can't any game studio create an open world Game Boy War where you build your own mercenary character?
Georgie's coming through with the 5 here. He says, why can't any game studio create an open world game where you build your own mercenary character? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure there's one that's similar to that, but yeah. Input funny, the robot is yelling at you. Yeah, we're opening up the lines, but the low IQ aren't going to figure it out. So we'll try and get one quality caller on the air here. Yeah, but we're doing it in a different way, so we might not even get one caller because it's a little high IQ. It's a little high IQ test, and I don't know if you guys are going to pass it. So. I understand the robot's annoying. We'll continue to make changes, but we have to have some of that stuff turned on. So it's not that I want to turn it on. It's that we have to have it in place. Okay. When you understand that, you'll get it, and it's not something that I never wanted to have mods, but we had a certain someone that suggested that we get mods because at one point in the channel. One of the live streams got banned or something. I can't remember. But it wasn't because of that. It was because of something else. But someone who was woke said that we needed mods. And, ever since we started implementing mods, people couldn't handle it. But I never once had mods, never had anything. And yet again, Georgie is coming through.
Georgie Cifuentes super chatted $5. Yes, and open world game where the environment is civil war.
Yeah, I don't know what's a civil war. Isn't that the war that isn't fought? What's that war that was a hidden war and there was no real war? Was it the Cold War? There was a war that we had where there wasn't really a war, but they said it was a war. I don't know what that means, but yeah, I don't know what a civil war is, but I'm sure there's something similar, and if there's not, probably build one and build, you can build that in AI pretty quickly. Oh, Mercenaries is cool. The destruction was fantastic. I remember playing that for hours. You put the cheat codes in and get all the you get all the cool gadgets. That way, I didn't play the game, but it was a lot of fun destroying stuff. It was fantastic. That I can tell you. Yeah, the Cold War. You guys are trolling. Like, okay, we've hit the goal and the view count is rising. That's pretty funny here. Okay, so do we want to open up the lines or not? I revealed the reward for hitting the goal of 200 likes, but I don't think you guys are excited, and maybe we shouldn't do it. But I did reveal the goal. But you guys, I need some high energy in here. It's not slow mode on here. Okay, let's talk about Grand Theft Auto. Why are you guys not talking about the biggest video game on the planet? The game is going to make $1 billion, and 200 people in here can't get on board with that idea. So should Rockstar Games cancel the whole game? Oh, my God. Well, yeah, I don't want to hear from them either, but I think the way that we're going to do it will well, I don't think we'll have any. I don't know. Guys, all caps. The robot will turn off. Will time out all caps. I don't know why you guys are. Well, the mafia Old Country comes out next month, so we'll be playing that early next month too. It's like August 8th or something like that, August 7th. I don't know when it is, but it's early August. We'll be checking that out. But I've seen the gameplay, and it looks like a $20 game. Looks like a dollar store game. I mean, quite frankly, that's Mafia. So now I have to make a video saying Mafia 3 is better than Mafia of the Old Country, and they're not going to like that because, Well, I'm just telling you that's how the robot works. I'm not agreeing or disagreeing. Oh, well, we've lost 20 viewers here. Oh, Ozzy Osbourne performed his final show, by the way. You guys see that? Yeah. Oh, the Joker's in here, by the way. The Joker here. Joker, by the way. This guy used to come through. What happened to the Joker? He fell off, Batman, he came down, didn't he? He came down from the rafters, didn't he? Holy shit. The Joker's hard times these days. That guy used to come through all the time. You want to know how I got these scars? My father was a drinker. And one day he goes crazier than usual. Mommy doesn't like that, not one bit. She gets the knife and she says, "Why so serious?" Anyone can do that. Hey, if we keep losing viewers, we'll open up the lines. No problem. Well, I'm not talking about they. I'm talking about you. I just said Batman came down from the rafters, and you diverted the subject to they. I don't know whose they is. That's what I'm saying. You put me on some Joker makeup, and I can be in the next movie. I'll be on the IMAX screen. You guys be paying big bucks to see world class. I can be in the Batman too with the Twilight Batman. Robert Parkinson or whoever the hell that is. Yeah, I can do better acting than that guy. That I could tell you. That guy's just got that My Chemical Romance goth makeup on, and they threw the Batman suit on him, and they played Nirvana. It's a terrible movie. Like, you guys watch that garbage. Can you imagine going to see these superhero movies that are like 3 hours long? That just could never be me. I wish Heath Ledger was still around. Good actor. Yeah, he was fantastic. And in fact, back in 2008, I saw The Dark Knight in the theater, and it was a snooze fest. The whole movie made 0 sense. And I'm telling you, it's a high IQ movie. It isn't as straightforward as it appears. It's a Christopher Nolan movie. They got all these scenes out of context and all this bullshit. It's cringe. His storytelling is cringe. It's okay, but it's not great. But anyway, the whole movie was terrible until the once Heath Ledger came out. I'm like, yeah, this is pretty fucking good. Like, no, I'm not even trolling. Like, I was like, when's the next Joker scene? Like, because we knew he passed away before the movie came out, so it was like a big deal. It's like, holy fuck, the Joker died before the fucking and he filmed all the scenes. We got to go to the theater to see this. His fucking final performance. I'm getting goosebumps literally just thinking about it. And it's like, yeah, the motherfucking guy was good, and it's unfortunate, but the rest of the movie's trash. You know, when the Joker's not in the movie, it's a fucking snooze fest, bro. Like it's straight up a snooze fest. And I saw Brokeback Mountain, in he's a great actor. You know, there's a very intense scene in Brokeback Mountain, and I thought, damn, you know. So he's a great actor. I mean, he can really just jump into that role, and he was, Heath Ledger was sexy. That's not gay. And there's nothing wrong with that. But I'm just saying, it's just, Heath Ledger was hot. Like, I ain't gonna lie. Like, type in Heath Ledger. I mean, whew. What? You want to know how I got these scars? Are we gonna take calls or not? I have to go off screen for a moment to set this up. Do you want to take? Look at snack bars coming through here. Look at the support here. We're 3 hours into the broadcast. Let's get the support up in here. Get some heavy hitters in here.
Snacks bar super chatted $5. Camera looking fresh. Mic sounding fresh. World class quality. World class opinions. Everything is slop. Besides mind's eye.
Exactly. You guys are not based enough for this channel. Like, imagine coming to this channel with such like low energy and not getting it, and then when it really clicks, it's like, this shit's badass. Like why wouldn't you be on the side of world class, where it's like he's trying to quote troll the trolls, and it's like, but we're actually not. See, that's the funny thing. It's just like, no, I looked at mind's eye from a different perspective than you had, and you got offended by that. Well, you're a loser. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, I bought mind's eye on 2 consoles, homie. Like, what you mean? I bought that some bitch on PC once I fucking said, oh, we can create shit in the game. That's badass. That's fun. That's what we like doing. So if the game sucks, who cares? I can go in and put 5,000 robots on the screen and just plow through them. Like, that's fucking badass. That's what I want in my game. Like, what the fuck? So we were showcasing that, and that was fantastic. Oh, the game runs like trash, by the way. And it's like, well, it didn't run like trash for me. I mean, there was a few moments where it was choppy, but nothing like Cyberpunk. We had a few crashes on PS5, but nothing like Cyberpunk Day One. That was terrible. Really just so terrible. But you can't talk to these people. I mean, you could show them both games running side by side, and it wouldn't matter. And you know what I'd love to do if we had a big budget and we had the resources to pull this off? I'd love to invite people in that don't really play video games. We got both games running, Mind's Eye Day One, Cyberpunk Day One. Which game is worse? And I guarantee you most people would choose Cyberpunk over Mind's Eye. But that's really too much content. That's 100K plus viewed video, and we wouldn't get that over here because the channel is shadow banned, so we're not doing that. But we have content ideas just to really make a point and really showcase really the reality of the situation. But when it comes from world class, you guys get mad. But if Asmongold had the same opinion, you guys would be agreeing with Asmongold and saying, it's a great take, and he does the eyebrow thing. I got to start incorporating the eyebrow thing. He does the eyebrow thing, and yeah, we're still going, Bobby. How does it feel to be a part of the Losers Club? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Input funny. It's too much content. Okay, but we're not here to talk about Mind's Eye, though. Here's the thing with you guys. You guys love doing this. Yesterday, let's talk about Death Stranding 2. I did 2 streams on Death Stranding 2. No one had anything to say about the game. I did like 4 shorts on Death Stranding 2. All of them got over at least 10,000 views, and everyone had a lot of things to say. And then now all of a sudden they want to start talking about Death Stranding 2 2 weeks later. Couldn't care less. I've already covered the game. I've already gave you my perspective on the game. It's a snooze fest. Now, if Kojima made an all-new game and it was actually interesting, then, well, we would be more interested probably in that project. But it's the same game with a few refinements. There's nothing interesting about that. Okay, St. Michael, I timed you out for 30 minutes and you're coming back up in here, so that's cringe. I mean, can you imagine getting timed out for 30 minutes and then waiting for that to expire and coming back up in here and then running that mouth again? Sometimes I wish gaming didn't die, so that way you guys would be playing your favorite games instead of coming over here, because you're not getting the dopamine hit that I'm giving you right now. I can tell you that. You're getting a big one with this stream. You're getting the live interaction. Them games ain't providing that, so you ain't gonna play them. That's what I'm saying. I mean, now they want to see Death Stranding too. I mean, yes, St. Michael has issues. Yeah, he certainly does. He got timed out for 30 minutes, probably more than that, and he's still coming back up in here and flapping gums. Oh, the final boss is in here. Let's get you back up out of here, bud. You're just as bad as the St. Michael guy, because you both got timed out, and now you're coming back after your timeouts. It's cringe. Like, you probably have the countdown timer on. Are we taking calls? Well, it takes a little bit. We can set it up, but... The mosquitoes are biting out here, I can tell you.
Super chatted
Look at this right here.
What about Ready or Not being mega censored on console?
I don't know. The game's trash. That game's on console now? Yeah. I don't know. The game's trash. It was never good. I played it on PC when it was in its beta or whatever, and it was trash. So I don't know. Just not a good game. So I heard they censored it though. Is that just for the console version or the PC version? Because if they censored the PC version, then yeah, that's cringe. But the game wasn't good anyway, so I don't care. It was one of those we're gonna finish it later type games. Spend $40 and it's just like, no, like, why are they allowing these developers to like put out these unfinished games? Like, let me ask you this: when you were in school, did you turn your homework in when it was like 50% done and the other half wasn't 50% ready? I mean, it just doesn't make any sense. So why are these game developers saying, oh, we're done with the game, but we're also not? Like, I don't understand. Why it's just insane. Both versions are getting censored. Well, the game's trash. I really couldn't care less. But that's okay, because these are the same people. They're getting mad about the censorship, but they're not mad about the censorship in Grand Theft Auto 5 or Red Dead Redemption 2. See, that's where it doesn't make any sense. See, they're hot about that censorship. Oh, we don't like censorship on our games. That's their narrative, apparently. But then when you have blatant censorship, I guess it's a little bit disguised, but when you have censorship in Red Dead Redemption 2 and GTA 5, which is a game that came out in 2013, it makes absolutely no sense how you guys are just, well, I love the censor. It's a Wild West game about outlaws and cowboys. Like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? GTA 5, I can understand with the whole Jack Thompson thing, and that, obviously Jack Thompson won, and thank God he won. I mean, he needs to come back for GTA 6. We need to get him back on the show or something like that, get him back in the limelight. I don't have an audience for that, but it's just like, Jesus Lord, someone's got to step up to the plate and get this game to a position. And I'm not saying the game needs to be canceled, obviously. I mean, overall, it probably should be when you really look at what it's going to, But there definitely needs to be more verification for how people. But look at this right here, snack bars coming through yet again. I mean, it's just never-ending support.
Snacks Bar super chatted $5. Unfinished games being released.
Horrible.
And updates being released as sequels like Overwatch and Ark.
Just absolute garbage. Back in the day, there was not this thing. 15 years ago, and this is going to be boomer talk, 15 years ago, you had to put out a game, and it had to be done. That was it. That was it. This whole landscape has changed. It's really unbelievable. And it all changed pretty quick. I mean, within the last 10 years or so, it's really all changed. Just within the last couple of years, all the physical media stuff's gone. I mean, there's still some of it left, but it's getting worse and worse. Not that I care anymore. I mean, I used to care about that disc stuff. I thought, well, I want to own my games. I'm gonna really hone in on that. And I get why people are upset, but it's just like why would I want to own these games? Like, they're so terrible and so disposable that I don't want to play them again. I don't care if they take it off. Like, the Crew 1 got taken off the store. Like, they delisted the game. And it's just like, who cares? Who's really playing the Crew to justify having that game online? Go play the Crew 2. It's a similar map. It's very similar. It's got the whole U.S. That's still online. Okay. The whole initiative of of Stop Killing Games is, they're mad that the games are getting turned offline. Why are you mad? You obviously didn't understand what you were buying into. You bought into an always online game. Of course, there's going to be an expiration date. They don't owe you shit. I'm sorry. That's not me taking the corporate side. It's just like, that's how it is. Now, if they're turning single-player games offline, then that's a totally different story. But the single-player games are never affected. Well, some of them could be. There might be a couple. There might be a few, and maybe that's what it's about. I don't know. But from my understanding, it's just about always online video games. And primarily, most of those always online video games are multiplayer focused. So why would it be a big deal? Of course, there's going to be an expiration date. I don't understand why you guys are getting mad over something. It makes absolutely no sense. Like, yeah, they turned the Crew 1 offline and you didn't get a refund. Okay, well, that's you paid $60. You got your $60 of entertainment. You want to go see Metallica tomorrow? You're going to pay $800 for cheap seats. How long is that concert? 2 hours? Okay. You know what I mean? I don't care if they take the servers offline and don't refund you. You still got your money's worth. I'm done. I've never seen such an entire... And again, these are the same people that have hundreds of games on Steam, DRM. Steam is DRM. I don't care what you PC fanboys want to argue. And, oh, no, it's not. You can do local backup. No. It's DRM, homie. It is straight up DRM. GOG isn't. You can launch the executable without any launchers, any sign-ins, anything like that. That's true. That's what you want to support. But when you guys are hypocritical and saying, well, stop killing games, we're tired of these always online games disconnecting and we want our refund. No, that's not how that works, because you guys are the same losers that have hundreds of games on your Steam library that, by the way, are DRM. I'm not going to argue with idiots. Now, if the whole argument is single-player stuff, then I can get behind that, but that's not really what it is. Okay, Snack Bar's coming through yet again here. With a $2 super chat, bigger problems in gaming than dead game servers. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's a sad situation. Okay, I think we got a storm coming in here. I'm going to double check. It's getting colder out here. We might have a storm coming. Get this off the screen. Get this off the screen, man. We might have a storm coming here. The temperature's dropping. I have to wrap this up here. Oh, I don't see. Oh, yeah, there's something coming here. Hold on. This is the absolute worst. We got a storm coming here. I gotta. Hold on. I think we got a storm coming here, guys. I think we got a storm coming here. I gotta double check here. I think we got a storm coming here. We're going to double check here because that radar was total trash. I need you guys to start locking in here That's not coming. There's no storm, but it's getting cooler. That I can tell you. Do we want to attempt to take some calls here? Do we want to try and take some calls here? We're going to go ahead and set this up here. And in a way that hopefully makes sense. Okay, let me see here. We're going to try and get this going here in a way that makes sense. And here we go. Oh, now they want to come through. Now they want to come through. Guys, you want to set this up or not? Georgie's in the building.
Super chatted $5.
Georgie's in the building.
GTA 6, if it goes online, will Rockstar be able to transfer a character from GTA 5 to GTA 6?
Yeah, you know, that is a big question, and I'm going to assume that the answer is yes, but we obviously don't know. I mean, maybe they're going to start from scratch with GTA 6, but I don't think that would make sense. I think a lot of players would be very pissed off about that. So I don't think that you're probably going to be able to carry your progression over, but we would have to see what they have in store for that, because we haven't seen anything we haven't seen the online for GTA 6 yet. Georgie's coming through and really just coming through in a way that makes sense. The goal was met, so take calls. Yeah, but I didn't unveil what the goal was until we reached it, so. Lazy's coming through with the $2 super chat. Far Cry 6 was the last good Ubisoft game. I disagree. I think that was just a total snooze fest. And they didn't improve upon anything. I mean, if you take a look at Far Cry 6, I mean, it's just there's no detail in the game at all. It's a total snooze fest, that I can tell you. It's getting cold out here. I don't know what's going on. It's getting cold out here. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Consumers should effectively be aware of online games expiring and when to expect it to expire. Well, it's just common sense. I mean, if something is tethered to a server, there's probably going to be an expiration date. But why are we complaining about these games going offline when the consoles are DRM'd? Right? Like the OG PlayStation 5 requires no internet. The Switch 2 requires no internet. And it's funny how the fake news cycle was going through that, and they were saying the Switch 2 is a brick without internet, and it turned out the only thing it can't do was, for my testing anyway, from what I remember, is it can't play Switch 1 games. I think you have to update it for that, but it played Switch 2 games without internet. You don't need internet to set the Switch 2 up. It works just right out. It's literally like you're back in 1985. I'm not even trolling. It's straight up like you're back in 1985. You can just set the console up. You don't have to set much up at all, and you pop the cartridge in, and it literally just plays. And it's just like, where like, to me, I came from PS4 and Xbox One and PS5 and Series X, and it's just like, bro, you put the disc in those consoles, you got to wait 30 minutes for the game to install, if not longer. The Switch 2, everything should move over to cartridge. Like, that's crazy, because it just works. You don't have to wait for your physical media to install. And it's like playing the PS5 makes it seem like it's fucking 1999 again, where you got to install something on your computer. It's insane. Consumers can't be expected to have common sense. PC fanboys love spreading fake narratives. They are stuck in their DRM hell. Dude, well, it's just hypocritical. It's like, how are you guys going to go for it? Like, yeah, we're going to sign the petition, stop killing games. Yet I have my Steam library that's full of 1,000 games that I can't play if Steam servers go offline. Yeah! Like, what the fuck? Like, it's just so hypocritical. Stop killing games, but we're going to support Gabe and we're going to support DRM. It's just like, okay, dude. Oh, you deleted your own message? That's going to get you a timeout because you don't have confidence. Low IQ. Okay, we're going to go ahead and try and open up the line here. Give me 1 second. We're going to set this up. How are we going to do this? We got to go off camera here to set this up here. We're going to set up the line. But you guys are going to have to figure it out in a way that makes sense if you want to call in. So here we go. I don't know how to do that. Let's see here. We're going to click on that. We're going to okay, this is what we're looking for here. And that's really what we're looking for here. Okay, here we go. Oh, Jesus Lord, what's this? Now, does that go away? Okay, here we go. So if you guys want to call in here to find the number, okay, I need you guys to start listening here because we can't make it too accessible, but we're going to have it accessible enough here. So in order to figure out how to call in, you have to be on your mobile device. You will not be able to see it on desktop. Okay. I think we've really figured this out. This is going to be fun. All right, we have initiated the line is open. The line is open. We have set that up. The line is open. And the only way you can find the line that is open right now, unless it glitched, is you have to be on your mobile device. And it is on the profile. So it's on my YouTube channel. And if you want to call in, well, let's see if it's actually on there. It should be on there here. Okay, we got a situation here. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. Well, actually, no, I can't see it on. How am I going to do this? Well, I don't. Maybe it's just a little complicated here. I can't even see if it's. Yeah, you can only see it on mobile device. You can't see it on desktop. So you incels are going to have to get your phone out, and you're going to have to figure out how to call in. But I can't even figure out how to get to it. So we're going to have to fix that here. It is you can only see how to call in on your mobile device. You can't see on desktop. I can't even see it right now. I got to go back on the mobile device to figure out if it's even working here. We got to go back. I'm not even trolling. If you think I'm trolling, then I don't know what to tell you. You can only see it on the mobile. Where is this at? Holy shit, it didn't work. Never mind. Okay, actually, you know what? No, this isn't going to work. Well, we tried. Yeah, this isn't going to work here. We didn't think it out. It's not going to let me post it. Where in the blue hell? Yeah, it's not going to let me post it here. Let me see something real quick. We're trying to get this working a little bit more complicated than we had anticipated here. But you cannot see how to call in unless you're on mobile. We're trying to get it working here. Trying to get it working here. I don't know if we're going to make it happen. In fact, I don't. Yeah, maybe it's not working. Huh. Well, I posted it, but yeah, I was trying to do it a clever way, but it's just looking like it's a little bit of a hassle here. So might not be able to do this here. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. Yeah, so I don't think we're going to be able to do it, but we did try. Far Cry 3 is the Skyrim of Far Cry games that casualized everything. Look, I am pinning this chat. Pin message. Look at this right here, bro. Okay, Joshua Johnson, you're about ready to get banned on this channel immediately. I'm tired of that Joshua Johnson, by the way. But look at this right here. Input funny. Far Cry 3 is the Skyrim of Far Cry games. It casualized everything and made everything so easy to appeal to the widest audience. That's what I said earlier. I said they basically turned it into a game for the lowest common denominator. You took Far Cry 2, where it's a game where you actually have to, there's no UI, and from what I remember, there's no UI in Far Cry 2. So you have to pull the map up, and he visually pulls it up, and then it shows like that. But it's like you have to look at your map. I mean, it's a great game. Well, I think Input Funny is he heard me earlier, but maybe not. But we actually talked about Far Cry. I said Far Cry 2 is the only good Far Cry game, and they want to start bringing up these stupid spin-offs like Far Cry Blood Dragon. That was garbage. That was cringe. It was Reddit humor and Reddit garbage. And then Far Cry Primal, we didn't play that. That was like caveman garbage, but that wasn't any good. And then they put out a woke version of Far Cry 5 where the women faction takes over. I mean, and it's horrible. I don't even know what it's Far Cry New Dawn. I think that's what it's just. I can't even imagine playing that. Well, I mean, and here's what I was going to do was I was going to compare Crysis to Death Stranding 2, but the Kojima fanboys they weren't going to be able to handle that. They weren't going to be able to handle that. Reviewers said specifically that Far Cry 3 is like Skyrim with guns. Yeah, and Far Cry 2 was a mature game. I mean, and they've watered the whole damn thing down. They've watered it totally down. They've really watered it down, but that's what you expect. I mean, okay, got a dead chat here. Well, I tried to open up the lines, but it posted and then it didn't post. I don't know what's going on. You can't see it on desktop. You have to be on mobile. So if you're on mobile and you're on my channel, it's on my channel. You go to the there's a new tab and you go to it, and there should be a post there. I don't think it has the link though. I don't think that's going to work. So we would have to reconfigure that. But I wanted to make it where it's a little bit more interesting to figure out how to call in than just putting the link in the chat, because that's boring. You get all these losers in here. Okay, guys, I need this chat to start moving in here. Otherwise, we're going to wrap it up. I've been bitten by mosquitoes out here. We've been live for 3 hours and 19 minutes, folks. But if you are on mobile, you should be able to see it. You should be able to see it on mobile. You can't see it on desktop. But no one's reacting, so I don't know. I have no idea. If you're on mobile right now, which you guys obviously aren't, because there should be a post on there. This is why we can't even take calls. You guys, see, that's the thing. It's like, well, we can open up the lines, but you guys wouldn't be able to figure out how to call in, so. Can't even chat in the chat. Now you guys just... hello? Earth to viewers! Asmongold's editor is putting out a new clip. Oh, my God. You're seeing nothing? Yeah, well, you have to click on new. Yeah, and if it pops up, then it should be there. But then again, I tried it, and it went away. I don't know what's going on. Well, I can try it again. But I don't. It's not really working here. We would have to further configure it off the air because it takes too much time to do it on here. No, I just posted. You got to go on the YouTube app. I mean, I can't tell you directly how to do it because it's like this is kind of gatekeeping it a little bit. Not really, but it's like if I tell you every single step, it's not going to make it interesting. But it's on the YouTube app, and yeah, I'm not seeing it either. I guess I got shadow banned. It was just on there. Yeah, see, I see it, but I think it's shadow banned. Yeah. Well, we can try leaving it. Let me see. Okay, I have to do it like this. Yeah, it's just not going to work, guys. I would have to set it up further off the air. It's not going to work. In order to do what we're doing, it's not going to work. You can't see it on desktop. You have to go on your mobile app to see it, and we didn't really get it set up. Well, I didn't think we were going to hit the 200 like goal anyway. So. Oh my God. No, it didn't post. It's a shadow banned post where it says it posted, but it didn't post. If you I can't explain it, but if it were there, you would see it. But you have to be on the YouTube mobile app. You have to go to my channel, and then you have to click a certain section of the channel, and then it should pop up. I can't tell you directly how to get to it because it's just like the floodgates will open. But it doesn't work anyway. I know how to fix it, but it takes too long on here. I mean, I could post a link in the chat, but it's just going to invite a bunch of losers. You got to sift through the losers. I mean, it's just you do it that way, you probably have a few people that want to actually call into the show. But you make it too easy, and then it's just okay. This chat isn't moving. You guys are tired. How are you tired? I've been out here talking for 3 hours straight. How are you tired? You guys are sitting behind a keyboard doing nothing. 3 hours and 23 minutes, by the way. I'm out here in the sun. We're out here getting bit by mosquitoes, and you guys are tired, and you have nothing to say in the chat. I've just never worked with an audience that's this hard before. Like, yeah, I'm serious. I perform in front of hundreds of people every night. And it's just like, I mean, I was on stage in front of 3,000 people, and it's like, yeah, we can work this crowd. That's easy. But you come in here, and it's just like, ugh. I don't get it. No, it wasn't members only post. It's a new feature on YouTube, but only mobile users can see it from what I understand. You have to go on the YouTube app on your phone, and there's a button that you press. It's called, I can't tell you how to get to it because the floodgates will open. 41 minutes into overtime, I'm busy. Yeah, well, we're all busy. That's life, you know. I don't know. Everyone does. So does the radio DJ have a real job? I'm not going to get into that discussion because you guys can't handle it. You're busy at the factory. I'm busy doing the radio show here. That's essentially what this is that. But the only thing is that radio went out, right? No one listens to radio anymore unless you're big, like Howard Stern or something. Well, he even fell off. But, you know, if you're on Cyrus Radio or whatever the hell that is. But back in the day, to be a radio DJ, you actually had to have talent. There wasn't an automation process to it. Now with the switch from analog to digital, it's all automated and everything is just done automatically. So, you know, back in the day, you actually had to get shit ready and put it in the tape deck and all that crap. And it's just like, yeah, that was actually a job. Now it's just you sit in front of a computer and adjust some faders. I would know. So it's just like, yeah, you don't do anything. You just sit there and it's like, wow, this is the most boring fucking thing in the world. I don't see it though. Okay, how am I supposed to talk to you without giving it away? It is not on desktop. You cannot see it on desktop. In fact, the tab doesn't even pop up on desktop. If you go on the YouTube app on your mobile phone and you go to my channel, it's obviously got to be my channel. Make sure you're at the right fucking channel, youtube.com/MichaelDoesLive, over 106,000 subscribers, verified check mark. If you're anywhere else, you're not there. There's a new tab within the mobile app that can only be seen on the mobile app. Now, I posted on there, but it's shadow banned it, so, you know, that's why it's not showing. I did post it, but we didn't think it through. But it's a unique, I think it's a unique way. Okay, this guy says he's tired. I'm going to go ahead and ban you. You're implying the show is boring, and I'm implying that, well, you're a loser, so we're going to go ahead and get you up out of here. I don't care if the numbers are falling off. They can't hang with world class. They're losers. You know, we can see who's been here the whole ride for 3 hours and 26 minutes. I'm not going to answer more questions about it, because if you can't figure it out, then it defeats the whole purpose of doing it. If I give you step-by-step instructions on how to figure it out, then you'll have the floodgates opened up in here. But we're not doing it anyway. The link that I posted it shadow banned it. It's not going to post it. It's not going to go through. Because we have to turn something on. So the only way we could do it is we post the link in here, and it's just cringe. It just turns into a cringe fest. And if if you're so it's just, I can't explain it, but you can't do it as easy as you think. If it were that easy, then we would have fixed the problem. But it's a little bit of a 5D chess move, really. Okay, we need this chat moving, folks. I know you're bored and tired, but I am too. So join the motherfucking club and hit subscribe and like the stream. Where is the communication in here? We don't have it on slow. Oh, I'm afraid of the robot now. Yeah, well, R2D2 could use a tune-up, I guess. I don't know. It is in 2 days. What's in 2 days? The Superman movie? I don't know what's in 2 days. College football? I don't know, dude. What's in 2 days? Oh, The Witcher 3 is still... No, we're not... Okay, let's get you up out of here. Witcher 3, by the way. Terrible bait. I mean, really, honestly, just garbage bait. Witcher 3, by the way. We don't have anything to discuss. How many people actually discuss Grand Theft Auto 6? And it's the same thing like last year. It's literally the same thing. We've been doing the exact same thing. I was literally right out here doing this show last July. I guarantee it. And we were talking about the exact same thing. And it was the exact same conversation, the exact same viewers. And they were saying the exact same stuff. The game is dead. $1 billion game, by the way. Well, they wasted their money on that. That I could tell you. They wasted their money on that because, well, apparently no one's going to buy it. It's a sad situation. Yeah, it's really terrible. Superman is, I don't know. Why are you guys so obsessed with Superman? I don't understand. You guys are like 40 years old and you care about a Superman movie. Yeah, I mean, it's just like, oh yeah, they haven't made one in a long time since like Batman versus Superman or some. Who cares? Like, it's all garbage. I see no dumb superhero like I'm Clark Kent and I'm gonna go into the telephone booth and I'm gonna put my spandex on with my laser eyes. I like, what the fuck, dude? You guys are low key like, yeah, you love that guy in spandex, whoever the new actor is. Henry Cavill, that was the old one, and the internet. He was an internet darling actor, and they got mad when he the whole drama with it was cringe as shit. Well, it's James Gunn. I mean, it's going to be super woke. Superman by the... Bro, you couldn't pay me to sit in the theater to watch that. Like, I mean, maybe a Batman movie if the Joker's good or something. But, like, bro, ain't nobody watching no Superman. Now the game when the movie came out, the game for the 360, that was a lot of fun. The Superman game on Xbox 360 in 2006 or whenever it was. The demo came out. That's one of the best games. That's a lot of fun. You can go in there and that's a good game. And when you fly, the graphics are really good. You got that sense of speed. It's pretty good. And you can do you can do the tunnel. You can do the tunnel. You can do the tornado blow. You guys, the rain's stopping. You can do the tornado blow, or you can do the laser eyes or the freeze eyes or something like that. And you can just go crazy. I'm your Superman, but you can't support the show, by the way. Yeah, you know what I mean? I have a job, and I'm apparently your Superman, but yeah, we just can't be bothered to throw you a bone here. Unbelievable. But you'll go see Superman tonight, won't you? You know, you can't wait for that. What is today? Thursday night, Wednesday night? How are you guys going to see Superman on a Tuesday? Ain't no superhero. Who is it? This guy's trolling. Superman. What is this called? Superman 2025. Oh, it really PG-13, by the way. When does this come out? IGN 8 out of 10. Yikes. Comes out July 11th. How is this guy seeing it 3 days early? He's trolling, bro. Or did he say he was seeing it this weekend or today? I'm going to go see what he had to say. What did he say? Where's that Nick Hogan guy at? What did he say? He said he's going to see it tonight? He banned me. Where's Nick Hogan? He literally banned me. Oh, right here. Oh, he's seeing Superman early tonight? How's he seeing that shit early? Bro, he got motherfucking special access. He motherfucking got special access. You guys want to do karaoke or no? That's too much content. That's too much content. Do we want to do karaoke or not? Since we can't do the calls because that's a little more configuration than we thought, we can give you karaoke for the 200 like goal. Someone just wrote a whole paragraph, and that robot is so fast, dude. Like, bro. A true neckbeard? Yeah, Superman. Yeah, could never be me though. Oh my God, this St. Michael guy was banned for 30 minutes, and he's still in here. This guy's a loser, dude. What do we want to sing? Do we want to do some heavy metal or no? We're going to listen to the great stuff in here because you guys can't handle it. No, I'm not doing no Hot Together. That's a garbage song. Some woke slop. GTA 6. That's a cringe song. GTA is woke, by the way. Who you think that? What does that mean? The game isn't woke, by the way. Okay. Well, you know what isn't woke? Mine's Eye's not woke. Mafia, Watch Dogs 2 isn't woke. Jeez. No, we're not doing rap. That's too hard. The only rap song I'll do is real gangster rap, and you guys can't handle that, so we're not gonna do rap. We listen to old school rap, you know, when the beats were real, it was analog, you know. You can't handle that. Yeah, trailer 2 was a total disaster, and you know, we'll go back to this, and they got hot about it earlier, but we'll go back to this, and they were saying that this was my opinion and that I was wrong, and it's just like, how am I wrong? Like, GTA 6 is dead. I mean, they're not typing it in. The normies aren't typing it in. The hype is totally deflated, and then they sit there and, well, you're a dumbass. I'm waiting for trailer 3. No shit, it's common for these games to lose their interest. No. It's just like this isn't flavor of the week. This isn't flavor of the month. This isn't even flavor of the year. Like this is the biggest video game of all time. Like people need to start talking about this. This would be like saying, um, you know, uh, uh, this would be like saying, who's the guy that did who what's his name? This would be like saying, I don't know. It's just insane how you guys can't figure this out. Um, what's his name? Not George Clooney. Uh, yeah, I don't know his name. The Star Wars guy. I guess we gotta Google it because you guys can't chat in here. Who made Star Wars? Okay, George Lucas. Yeah, I was close. George Clooney, George Lucas. Okay, so that would be like if George Lucas came out today and said, "I am coming back to Star Wars. I bought it back from Disney, and I'm remaking Star Wars 1974 or whenever the fuck that came out." Okay, like I can't think of anything bigger in terms of movies. I mean, that's fucking unbelievable. And then no one has anything to say about that. Like, come on, man. Wait, who? Yeah, George Lucas. Yeah, George Lucas. Well, he got screwed over. They sold Star Wars for he sold Star Wars for real cheap, like $4 billion. It was worth way more than that. He should buy it back. So, do we want to do karaoke or no? You guys don't know anything. Unbelievable. Why are you guys talking about Mind's Eye? Okay, but so Mind's Eye is woke, but this one isn't. Can you elaborate on why you think that way? Because I don't understand. Mind's Eye is woke apparently, but this game, and now we got sunshine in our face here. Mind's Eye is apparently woke, but this game isn't. Now let's make that make sense. So what makes Mind's Eye woke? And then let's try and apply that to this, and let's see if this is in here as well. Now, someone made a whole video on Red Dead 2, and they talked about its woke themes. It's like an hour long, but I think his channel got deleted. They didn't like that. So, well, we're gonna have to find a new position here because the sun's in the face here, and it's just hard to see. So, we're gonna have to find a new spot here. Are you guys falling asleep or what? Jeez, it's just like, are you guys serious right now? I'm going to see Superman, by the way. I bet. Going to see Superman, by the way. This chat is wild. Not really. It's moving pretty slow. It's moving like a turtle. We're waiting for it to pick up here. Oh, he got banned. He got banned. Oh, shit. Oh, it was there. Yeah, yeah. I'm a loser. We love being a loser. It's called Loserville over here. We love it. It's fantastic. Why would I want to be cool? That's cringe. We can just go to sleep out here. I mean, that's fine. I mean, you guys have nothing to say. I mean, but you're gonna go give Rockstar $100 in about in less than a year from now. You're gonna get that wallet out and hi Rockstar Games, take my money. Yes, I know it's woke and I know it's sanitized, but here's $100. Oh man. Yeah, Stream Elements is doing the work here. I'm going to go ahead and fire up some karaoke, but I don't think you guys can follow it. Let's see what we got here. What do we want to do? It's too much content. How do we go from 250 viewers to 190? Wait, what? We had 250 viewers. I think that was the max. We had 250 viewers, and now we're down to 187. That's fake. There's streamers that go live for 8 hours a day. They just sit around and play video games, not interesting at all. And their max, they got to be view botting. I mean, they got consistently 1,000 or so people in there, and they don't lose viewers either. Very, very seldom. It's really a sad situation. I don't care who's going to love it. We're looking for well, we're going to wrap it up then. If you guys are anti-fun and woke, then we won't continue here. We got low battery anyway. I'm not going to sit out here with you guys. Who's this? Okay, we got anonymous boss coming through. I thought the sun was going to be blocked over here, but we got anonymous boss coming through. I'm about ready to go to bed out here. Jeez. Hello. Oh Lord! Well, look at that right there. He. Look at that right there. Oh man. Oh, here we go. I knew it. I knew it was sus. Now we're gonna start gifting out members. Here we go. You just come right up in here and start gifting out members, by the way. Yeah, well, now we're doing karaoke because this is what you guys deserve. But we're not really feeling it, so we'll see. Oh, man. Yeah, here we go. This guy's coming in here and gifted a bunch of memberships. That's sus. Why is this guy coming in here and gifting? Anonymous boss, by the way. He coming in here and gifting a bunch of members. Who does that? You know what I mean? Okay, what do we want to do here? What do we want to do here? Quit gifting the members! They're not going to come in here and talk anyway. They're ungrateful. They're like, I don't want to be a member of your channel. Well, you didn't even pay for it. Like, go fuck yourself. They, legitimately say, I don't want to be a member of your channel. Well, I wish we could take it off you, but we can't, so we have to ban you. Like, what the fuck? So dumb. Who just comes in here and gifts like 5 memberships? What is going on? Quit gifting the memberships. They don't deserve it. Freeloaders. That's expensive. Man. Yeah, I can't find a song to do karaoke to. It's a lot of work. Okay, we got Lacey coming through with a $2 super chat. Sleeping Dogs is better than GTA 5. I disagree. I think they're both terrible, but I would say GTA 5 is better than that. That game's that's an internet darling game. Don't even get me started on that crap. Sleeping Dogs, by the way. Yeah, I played the demo on PS3. It was cringe. When you guys write your messages, make sure they make sense, because I just read what you wrote and it made 0 sense. You try to get it out too fast. No, we're trying to figure out a song to do karaoke to. I don't care. Get this St. Michael guy up out of here. Like, dude, this guy's been banned for like the whole fucking stream and he's still coming in here like a loser. This guy's an absolute incel. Like, dude, I can't. Can you imagine what this guy looks like in real life? Like, dude, 400 pounds. He's got glasses like the South Park guy. Like, dead ass. Like, dude. Oh, man. I mean, if you look like a Chad, that's cool, but I don't. Oh, man. Okay, how much time do we got left here? Oh, we're running pretty low, actually. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to be wrapping this up here about the 4-hour mark. We didn't. I've never seen it down this bad. You know, I wish, you guys should have been here for Spider-Man. Oh, man, we actually had real energy in here. It was untapped. I've never seen energy like that on this channel or in the internet in general in my experience. We had energy in here where it's like you uploaded a video and people organically reacted to it, and it's like, dude, unbelievable. You know, I had these e-celebrities DMing me. They had their blue check mark back when it was a big deal, and it was just like, wow, yeah, we hit something. We hit something, because if it's like this guy's watching, it's like this guy's big, and I didn't reply to him, but it's just crazy. You guys should have been here for Spider-Man 2018. It was unbelievable, I'll tell you that. But you guys, it's just a sad situation. So we fell off long before 2020. I don't know. Okay, we're trying to figure out the last song here to take us to play us out here today. We've been live for 4 hours, and you guys can't figure out how to chat in here. I'm not reacting to iShow Speed. I got some exclusive iShow Speed merch. Let me go on that eBay right now. I bet that shit worth some money, because that was a drop, and he sold out of that. Now, this is before he got super big, before he did IRL. See, I found iShow Speed before he got like super big. iShow Speed T-shirt. I'm going to see how much this is on eBay for. Well, the whole computer is like $17, $18. $18. iShow Speed T-shirt exclusive. How much did it sell for, though? iShow Speed. Sold items. Here we go. Lock it in. I can't find it now. I guess they're not selling. Okay, we gotta type it in differently. I show speed. Yeah, I guess they didn't sell. Can't find it. Why is the chat dead? Cállate! Cállate! Oh, someone's paragraph just got timed out. You wasted your whole 3 minutes there typing that out. Ronald Schmidt, by the way. Ronald Schmidt! Oh, man. Ronald Schmidt, by the way. No one is chatting in here. How do I come back to an audience that has no motivation to communicate in here? 2 weeks. What were you guys doing for 2 weeks? Watching every other streamer and supporting every other streamer but World Class. World Class comes back and, oh, we love your stream, but we're not going to give you an ounce of anything. You know, I mean, it's just unbelievable. But you'll support the bit. You know, I show speed. You'll give him $10. He ain't gonna shout you out, but you know, give him $10. You know, because you know he needs that. You guys have nothing to say. I'm trying to do karaoke over here. I got low energy because I looked at the chat. When I don't look at the chat, we got a show. But then you start looking at the chat, and it's just like no one has anything to say. It's beyond insane. Okay, we're gonna find a new band because we're not seeing anything that really is popping off here. Here, this is what we're gonna do, folks. I need you to start locking in. I need you guys to start locking in, folks. Let's get the final unit out of here. Your opinion is irrelevant, and I don't care if it's dead. I can go live on TikTok, and we can get chat moving. I don't even we got no mods on TikTok, so you want to come over and see some great content. We can maybe give you that link, but I'm not. Look at this right here. A pawn fee is in the building. Look at this right here. We got 14% battery, homie.
Super chatted £5.
He came home from work.
Just got home from walking home in the rain. Here's a wet £5 note.
That's what we're talking about. No, cheers, mate. You're going to see Oasis. That's what we're talking about. A pawn fee is in the building. He came through, and he was out there in that cloudy, rainy London, and he's still coming through with the £5. Look at that right there. You guys go see that Black Sabbath reunion. A pawn fee. Okay, let's go ahead and get you up out of here too. A pawn fee with a $5 super chat here. Coming through in a way that makes sense. People need to participate. Hey, I think in Put Funny, you need let's get some new merch out. People need to participate t-shirt. Jesus. Okay, we're going to do some karaoke here while we still have a little bit of juice left here on the battery. It's a 4-hour broadcast here. That iShow Speed T-shirt is to $18 on eBay. I got a collector's item. See, I knew iShow Speed before you guys did. I knew iShow Speed when it was just gaming streams, not IRL. And now you guys want to say that you were there when No, you weren't there. I was watching iShow Speed when it was really insane. Now he's he multi-millionaire. Okay, we need you guys to start locking in here. Where is the chat? Okay. Oh man, it's a lot of fun when you don't have the incels in here, ain't it? Come on. Are you guys ready? Hello? Are you guys ready or no? I don't think we can handle that. The chat is literally not moving. So Sally can't wait. Jesus Lord. Oh my god. Imagine bragging about I show speed. Okay, let's get you up out of here. Let's see, you don't know quality content. You wouldn't know it if it hit you in the face. Idiot. I don't need your approval. I was a viral meme. There's someone that's selling merchandise with my face on it. They're never going to do that to you, so because you're a loser. So I don't need your approval from 200 viewer Andy broadcasts, okay? Someone has me on a fucking T-shirt and is making money. I'm not making a penny off it, but I don't care because, well, it shows I'm a somebody and you're a nobody, so go fuck yourself. Here we go. I need you to lock in. Wait, this doesn't have the fucking song? Oh! Come on! Come on! Come on! Chocolate Starfish! Gonna keep on rolling, baby! Come on! I'm moving, I move out, hands up, hands down, back up, tell me what you wanna do now, breathe in, breathe out, hands up, hands down, back up, tell me what you wanna do now, keep rolling, 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 yeah, rolling, 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 rolling. Yeah, you know, my neighbors, they have sex all the time. Limp Bizkit is here. People in the house, put their hands in the air. No wonder why these guys get paid millions of dollars, bro. Do you think? Holy shit, we're out of breath. Where's my money? That's hard. That's hard work. God damn. Dude. Gangster rap, by the way. It's too much content. We didn't see the big support today. I'm out here shaking. Oh, Bill Gates passed away? There's no fucking way. What was that? Why is Bill Gates on the screen? Bill Gates, the 10 world's richest man. Oh, oh man. Imagine listening to New Age rap. That's not New Age. That's music that came out 2 decades ago. What are you talking about? You're so stupid. Oh, St. Michael's still in here, by the way. St. Michael is still in here, by the way. Okay, we're gonna do one more before the battery dies because I just had to get warmed up. That's not my pace, though. I mean, you know, that's just hard work. That's hard work. No, that's why they get paid millions of dollars. Are you guys ready or no? Hold on. Is this that one song? Let's see if this is it. We got a dead chat in here. That was wild, bro. Well, if we had 1,000 viewers every stream, that's the type of content we would be producing. I'm not interested in sitting here and talking about a dead game because you guys have nothing to add to the discussion. Well, Michael, there wasn't anything to say. That's the problem. But you're going to go and give Rockstar $100 in less than 12 months from now, and you know, it doesn't make any sense. Wait, what is this? What is this? What is this? That's not the song I wanted. Hold on. Turn it off. Oh, I think this is it. Is this it? Let's see here. Is this the one we're looking for? Oh, yeah, we can do this. A little hard, but we can do this. Are you ready or no? Dude. Finish with my woman, cause she couldn't help me with my mind. People think I'm insane because I am frowning all the time. Dude, what are these lyrics? All day long,
I think of things, but nothing seems to satisfy. Think I'll lose my mind if I don't find something to pacify. Can you help me occupy my brain? And look at this right here. Big loyal Luis Hernandez is coming through and really just plowing through in a way that makes sense. Holy motherfucking shit. It's what we love to see. Plowing through tremendously hard and tremendously strong. Big loyal Luis Hernandez is in the building and really playing us out in a way that makes sense here today. With the hard and strong $20 super chat. You love to see it. Big loyal Lou is in the building. I don't think that'll play out, but big loyal Luis Hernandez is really laying it down hard and strong with the super sticker. The $20 super sticker, and in a way that makes sense. That's what we love to see. Big loyal Luis Hernandez in the building and coming through. The Devil's lyrics, by the way. Big loyal Lou is in the building coming through. With a $20 super chat. Oh, Lord, we got to wrap this up here. We're on low battery. A lot of people got timed out here. What did you guys say, W? Why are these people getting timed out? Okay. That's what we're talking about. Dr. Blitz in the building coming through with a 23-month membership. GTA 6 on Switch, too, by the way. Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. But, at this point, Rockstar, they could just throw it on everything. And these people are going to be buying it day one. They got $100 ready for Rockstar games. Guys, we got to be wrapping this up in just a few seconds, folks. Are we going to talk about Dying Like the Beast tomorrow? Oh, yeah, that is coming out in August as well. August is a huge month, folks. August is unbelievable. We got at least 5 games to cover in August. August is a very big month. July, not so much, but August is a massive month. We got that as well. That was the game that I forgot. We got Dying Like the Beast, and that's coming out. That's coming out next month. I don't know when, but I believe that's coming out next month. So, we got Mafia, we got Dying Light, we got all of these games coming out. So, Silent Hill, Madden 26. I mean, there's 5 games right there almost, right? So. Alrighty, folks, we gotta wrap. Heavy hitters need to I agree. First show back in 2 weeks, and I mean we went live last night, but we didn't have the amount of viewers. They just can't tune in when it gets late at night. I don't understand. They're probably watching Oasis. Oasis is live in the UK or something. I don't know. But nonetheless, they're busy watching Oasis. Nonetheless, we're going to wrap it up here. Appreciate you guys for tuning in, tagging along, supporting the show. And with that said, we will see you later. It's over.